Good morning. Welcome to the 2023 annual workshop, or the first workshop of the year. I guess we have another one later this year. Getting started here at 9 o'clock. This is a call to order. And let's see, I will ask Vice President Kaczynski to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Please follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Great job. Roll call, please.
President Boyd,
Present.
Vice President Kaczynski,
Present.
Director Griffin,
Present.
Director Ratora,
Present.
Director St. Amant.
Present.
Thank you. Posting of agenda declaration.
The agenda for today's special board meeting workshop was posted on Friday, January 20th, 2023.
Thank you for that. Conflict of interest declaration. Director Griffin?
None.
Kaczynski?
None for Kaczynski.
Stan?
None here.
David?
None, although having said that, I must report that I am an employee of the federal government. However, that being said, any opinion I might express today is mine and mine alone, does not necessarily reflect that of my employer. Thank you.
Thanks for that. And Boyd has no conflict. This period is set aside for public questions and comments. Please address the board on any matter not on the agenda and for which the board has jurisdiction. However, if no action may be taken by the board of directors on any item not appearing on the agenda, non-agenda speakers are asked to limit their presentation to 5 minutes. Public questions and comments on items listed on the agenda will be accepted at any time the item is brought forth for consideration by the board. When you're recognized by the chairperson, please state your name and address for the record. Do we have any public comments?
Good morning, everyone. Mike Neal. As you may have guessed, I'm going to be talking about the copy of the spreadsheet that I've had passed around to you all. I believe you've seen the previous copy once before. This is now version 3. It's been vetted through 3 to 4 different other individuals around the valley for comments, suggestions, changes, so forth and so on. And just a note, previously, I think I gave you a copy of this, and there was actually a mistake in the spreadsheet. We found the mistake in the calculation of the accrued loan cost, so these numbers are actually higher than even last time. So I'd just like to point out a few things here. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Kaczynski for sounding the alarm about the costs, even though I think the number he threw out way back was a little high, but it's still high enough to be concerning to people. So as you'll see from looking at this, if you note and this is going to be put out in some fashion as a spreadsheet that people can download and use at their own discretion. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to get sent out, but I'm going to find all available means because I think people need to know what this is going to cost them, and the GA has yet to do anything but just publish rough figures. 3 years ago, I actually communicated with a member of the TAC and asked them if they could update it, and I was basically told this isn't our job. We weren't given it, and I asked, well, why did the TAC publish it 3 years ago? And I got big fat nothing back. So I'm asking Mr. Griffin, as our rep on the GA, to press the TAC to update the following numbers: the water supply cost, the capital cost, O&M cost, and annual service costs for both the proposed or considered AVEC and LADWP lines. At current, I've put in, if you'll know, right up at the top, a finance rate and a finance term in years that can be changed if you wish. I've used 5% as just a reasonable median number, and 30 years for the financing. I've also got an inflation amount, which we have to put in there because we know that things have gone way up since 2019, and until we get updated numbers, we have to do something that looks reasonable. And I've vetted that number, and that for a 3 to almost 4 year time period appears reasonable. So the bottom line, of course, is on the second and third or columns from the right down at the bottom, would show you the cost both broken down in the annual cost, which is O&M cost and service cost per month to each house. And then above that, you've got the finance cost for the capital infrastructure, which is, the pipeline itself. Now, included in the numbers you're seeing, there's this huge assumption, which is back up at the top half of the sheet, which is the grant amount that the GA has just assumed. Somebody along the way said, we'll just assume we can get 125 million for the AVAC pipeline. Well, there's no basis for that guess, but that's the number they've thrown out, so I put it in here. And thus you get a total cost for the AVAC pipeline per month under those set of number conditions of $117 a month. Now, if you say, well, what happens if we don't get the grant amount? We don't get more than half of the capital cost to pay for the pipeline. That number would be $178 a month. And the other one would be not quite the percentage higher because the grant amount is not anywhere near and the total cost is not anywhere near as much. I think the LAWDWP, which is just an exercise in futility, we know that's never going to happen. That would go from the 68 to I think 78 or 80 some odd. So I've brought this up to numerous people around the valley. I have yet to run into anyone who says, oh, well, that wouldn't be a problem. People can afford $150, $170 more a month in their household budget. So I think this could be a big deal, and I'm asking for whatever help can be supplied. This is soon going to be finalized. I really don't know anything else I could change on it right now, but I'm getting some time for feedback, time loop from anybody else that I've quizzed about it to tell me what they would like to see, what they think needs to be changed. At that point, we'll just put it out to the public and let people make up their own minds about what they think about what this is going to cost them. And I think that the water district, one thing I'd like to point out, maybe I'm going slightly long, but the O&M costs and the annual service costs, we really don't need to let that fall into the hands of Stetson Engineering to charge us a whole boatload of money every year to run this pipeline. And this falls back to the thing I said previously about the district needs to become the GA. That they could take on the running of this pipeline if it's even necessary for, I think, a whole lot less cost per year than what than the GA has put out here. They could fold it into their current operations. They might have to hire a few extra employees or something. But, when you're looking at $8 million for that kind of cost to run the pipeline, I think that's excessive, but I don't think that wouldn't happen under the GA's leadership. So it's costing us a fortune right now. We need to reduce the costs coming into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Chris, do we have anybody on the line?
Parker and
Nobody calling in for questions? Okay. Do we have any other public questions from the floor? Okay. Thank you for your inputs.
You do have quite a delay getting to YouTube right now, so it's more than our 15-second delay.
Okay. If something comes in, then let me know, and we'll go ahead and interrupt the flow of the meeting. Did we pay extra for that delay, or is that okay? On the house. Okay. All right, item number 7. Yes, item number 7, the board workshop. This meeting is a planned session for the IWV Water District Board of Directors and the district staff to discuss and consider and prioritize present and/or future operations and projects for the year, which may also include but not be limited to matters related to finances, management, and these items listed below. The intent of this meeting is to set forth a plan and a schedule to keep us all on track. The goal is to have an agreed-upon projects assigned to the appropriate committee with an assigned chairperson. Before we start, do we have any comments from the board Okay, we'll jump into item number A, workshop issues, goals, and priorities. We have 5 objectives today. We'll step through these one at a time. Each of these has been brought forward by one of the board directors, and I'll ask them to comment and/or use whatever resources they have to discuss the matter in detail. Item number 1, plan and schedule for obtaining the state revolving fund loan for 3 infrastructure projects, which was submitted by Director Rotora.
You want me to lead off, or?
Yeah, whoever's prepared to discuss the matter, if you'd like to start off, sure.
Well, I was just going to, background information. The state revolving fund earlier this month came back with their interest rate for this year. Handed that out at the finance committee meeting. It's 2.1% for this year. We were expecting it to go up. I think last year it was 1.1 or 1.2%. Anyway, this is a really good opportunity for us to save money on our infrastructure loans and payment. The state partnered with the federal government, and a lot of the money, by the way, is not state, but it is federal government that is given by the federal government to the state for the state to give out. So this is an excellent opportunity for us to save a lot of money. And I'd like to see us have a plan and a schedule to make sure that it is consistent with what we need to do in terms of I believe there were 3 infrastructure projects that we agreed on going in for these next 3 or 4 or 5 years. And I'd like to see us have a well-defined plan and schedule for getting us in position to get that low-cost loan.
Thanks for that introduction. I believe Chuck, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, Krieger Stewart has experience with state revolving funds, grants, applications. So Chuck Krieger is on the line, I believe, and he's prepared to give a little bit of his, share a little bit of his knowledge with the board on the process and what it involves. So Chuck, are you on?
I am.
You have the floor,
Can you
Chuck.
hear me? Okay, thank you. So the state revolving fund, is a mechanism by which public agencies can secure, as Stan mentioned, a low cost or low interest rate loan for construction of facilities. They have priority, as I think anybody can imagine, to give the loans or the grants to agencies that are facing safe drinking water compliance standards or redundancy in their production capacity, treatment of nitrates and other such dissolved minerals in the groundwater. So that they have the priority, but then of course there are plenty of folks that are out there wanting to get the loans for the low cost. And of course, I shouldn't say of course, they do have a component to assist low income communities in such endeavors, and that includes potential part loan, part grant, or even 100% grant if their financial circumstances are such that it can be supported. You have to do an income survey of the customers in the agency that's looking at that to enjoy such forgiveness or grants. And I'm almost certain that the customers in Indian Wells Valley Water District, the district itself, would not qualify as a low income endeavor. So that aside, then they have 2 phases of the loans, state revolving fund loans. There's the planning and design phase, and they assist with preparation of that, or funding of that, and then there's a construction phase. Sometimes they like to see an application for both phases at once so they can, understand the full breadth of the proposed loan. And then, there are certain reporting requirements that go along with it, as I'm sure everybody can imagine. Explanations on a quarterly basis of how the money was spent and what was achieved and that type of thing. The selection of the folks that enjoy the loans is in the hands of the State Water Resources Control Board, who administers the state revolving fund. And typically you get assigned these days. They used to have everybody kind of, submit applications for various jobs, and they'd rank them and let the successful folks know that they got it, and the unsuccessful were told, well, you can try it again later, or, good luck. We'll see what happens in the future. But these days, it's kind of a customized, I shouldn't say custom, you have a dedicated project manager at State Water Resources Control Board that you can start talking to early on in the process. They can give you insight about what are successful methods to use to secure it, and what kind of projects would enjoy a higher ranking than other types of projects. And then you have to prepare, if you do the application, you have to prepare a financial health analysis. Is the district in a good position to pay off the loan? And I think you have I know you have a technical evaluation that you have to do, an engineering report. Here's how much it's going to cost. Here's how it's going to be applied. And there's also an environmental or a CEQA component too that has to be completed prior to, as I understand it, prior to the application process. So it's not without its challenges, and there are costs associated with all these things, as I'm sure you guys can imagine. And I'm not sure what other insight. I don't know at this time. We've administered quite a few of them, but typically for our smaller clients who are in a little more unstable position financially. But I do know that they don't limit it to those loans. They don't limit it to those folks in that position. I guess we can discuss any part of that in greater detail if you'd like. I just wanted to kind of give an overview of how it unfolds in the actual process. And you can't say with confidence this project will be awarded. I'm sure that that's obvious to folks. There's competition for it. That's certainly true.
Well, thanks for the overview. A couple of questions come to my mind, and then we'll go around the board because I'm sure there's others. First question is, we have 3 projects that are scheduled for the upcoming period. Would we submit those individually, or would we submit those as a bundle in consideration? That's the first question. Second question is, before we go into the details of describing specifics about each of those projects, what's the most expeditious path that we could take to determine whether we're even eligible or not? And is that a one-time determination, or is it worth engaging with the water resources manager periodically just to see if there are future opportunities to play, even though we may be told no first? Thank you.
Mr. President, I hesitate to really commit to an answer to those good questions, but I think what the step would be to start communication with, try to identify a project manager, a point of contact at the state board, and explain, what we're trying to do, what's the best way to navigate that. Is it more prudent to identify them singularly or collectively? I don't know the answer to that, but it's a real the relationship and the communications with the financial folks is, I think, really helps refine that path.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
I have a couple. Chuck, this is Chuck. In my opinion, the way I'm understanding this is, if we're assigned a project manager through the State Water Resources Board, and we pursue this, is it your opinion that if we spend the money to do the analysis for cost, we spend the money for CEQA, we go through all these, it's a gamble if we're going to get approved, is what I'm hearing from you. So we would really need to weigh the cost of what it's gonna cost us to do all of these studies in order to submit an application with the comparison to the interest rate that we would be guaranteed to get a loan if we just applied. Is that correct, or am I understanding you wrong?
No, I think that's correct. You know, that, and this, of course, the question you'd ask if it were your household funds, you know, we're going to get this great low rate, but it's going to cost us a big chunk of money at the beginning. So yeah, you have to be, you know, aware of that. Step over a dollar to pick up a dime is what my grandpa used to say.
Yeah, okay. Well, that was my concern. From what I was hearing from you, I mean, I know CEQA would not be a cheap process. And then if we're not approved, we've wasted that money essentially, would be my concern.
Well, wait a minute.
Well, I don't know about that, Chuck.
We have to do CEQA no matter what.
Right.
And we have to do a preliminary design no matter what. So the question is, what is it in the preliminary design that they want that is different than the preliminary design that we would do otherwise? That would be the issue. And I wouldn't, I mean, CEQA is CEQA. We've got to do CEQA. And we're just putting pipe in the ground for the most part for these first three projects. In fact, we're replacing a lot of pipe that's already in the ground. So the CEQA, and as well as the preliminary design, I mean, should be very, very straightforward. We're not creating or inventing anything new. I guess I'm looking, quite frankly, to figure out ways we can save money, not trying to figure out how we can avoid trying to save money. Sorry, Sean, just the
No,
way I feel.
I understand your point. That's what I would like to, I mean,
No,
what is the difference between what we would have to prepare for this, or
Yeah.
what we would have to prepare for a
Yes.
standard loan that we were going to
Right.
go apply for, and what would be the cost difference? That's all I would like to know.
Well, when you compare, and actually my feeling is, we aren't going to be prepared to go to get a loan this year, probably anyway. Next year it's going to go down. So you're comparing, 4.3 to 5 interest rate to 2.1 or 1.8. There's a lot of money to be saved.
May I comment, Mr. President? I think when you look at it, Chuck, that some of these costs and tasks that you're concerned about, CEQA being the one, these are going to have to be done with or without a loan. We're going to have to do CEQA to put those pipelines in the ground. So what you might see here, and we can do something more analysis in terms of a to-do list with an estimated timeline and a cost. I'd be looking for Chuck to do that. So I think you'd be seeing that some of these costs might be moved up in the time frame, so we could go ahead and meet whatever requirements are in that state revolving fund. Mm-hmm. That's all.
Yeah. And by the way, that's really what I'm looking for today is a plan to figure out what's the process, who's going to do it, what are the steps. But if we don't put something on paper and have a plan, time's going to go on and on and on, and the window to get it, this is not a 3-month thing. It's going to take 6, 9, or 12 months to get it. The sooner we get started, the sooner we can get the loan.
Do you have specific actions that you recommend?
Yeah, the suggestion was to generate a plan and a schedule. So yeah, that is exactly. And we need to hire somebody, either Krieger and Stewart, or my understanding, there were people at one of the Aqua meetings that you were at that were actually advertising their ability to do this. Now, there are benefits to having the engineering group that is doing it be directly involved, and they have to be directly involved one way or the other. The question is, the administrative overhead might be done perhaps cheaper by another group that specializes in doing just this. I don't know. We actually haven't asked Krieger and Stewart for a cost yet for doing the planning stage. So until we get an estimate for what it's going to cost us to have Krieger and Stewart doing it, there's no point in trying to go off and get estimates from other people. So, but we need to start getting something done and a plan and a schedule along with a cost is the issue.
A question for Krieger and Stewart. Chuck, when will your company begin the process of preparing for the projects regardless of the funding source? Have you already started something, or is that coming up soon?
With your projects?
With the 3 projects that we approved last year?
We haven't done anything, Mr. President. We've just participated in some informal discussions, preliminary discussions with Dawn. So yeah, we don't have a task order for such services at this time.
So so the onus is on us to issue a task order to you to begin that project, is that correct?
There is one project, the Springer Line project is one currently have a report that we're going through.
Well, we have a
reviewing.
preliminary just alignment design right now that we've
Right.
been discussing. So there is work has started on the Springer main line.
Okay, and then, but
I'm sorry, I thought you were alluding to the state revolving fund efforts.
well,
Yeah.
I sort of am. I'm trying to figure out, it sounds like there's groundwork, no pun intended, to prepare for eventual financing anyway. I mean, even if we were going to be paying for this out of our pocket, we have some planning activity, including CEQA and others stuff that has to be accomplished before these projects start, but which is going to be common regardless of how we finance the project. At some point there, we'll reach a maturity in that plan where we could actually engage with the state revolving fund folks and begin this discussion about potential financing from them. But so I'm rambling here a little bit. When does that whole process start? And
Well, make sure we're talking about the same 3 projects. We went through our infrastructure plan and our infrastructure cost estimates half a dozen times, and we came up with 3 projects
Right.
that were like $7.7 million, I think was the estimate. Just, it was a simple cost estimate, not an engineer and design estimate, but so it's those are the 3 coming up projects that I was alluding to. And it isn't to say we can't throw something else in.
Well, it seems to me we already know the projects and we know the cost. So what I'm hearing is we need to move forward and ask Krieger and Stewart to give us a cost estimate to prepare something for the loan, whether it's through state revolving fund or another company, so we can move forward.
That's my perspective as well.
I don't think we need to rehash what projects we're doing or anything else. I
Right, no,
think we
that's
have
all.
that done.
Yeah, that's all been decided and voted on, and
Can I interject something?
please, Renee.
Since I am kind of going through this process with a couple of our small water system consolidations, and it is taking quite some time to get it all together, even with one that is using a consulting firm. And once that project is then submitted, takes about 9 months for the review and everything. And we've been on it for a good year. So I don't think the Springer line would be a good one to do because we really want to get it out to bid the end of this fiscal year so we can construct it next year. But I wouldn't think it would hurt to talk to the State Water Resources Control Board and let them know what we're thinking. And maybe, Chuck, if you agree, maybe we can even talk to like Jesse Dollywall, who's our engineer for our district, and get his opinion on who we should talk to there and what we're thinking of, what projects. So I think that would be a good
Well,
start.
I think that's a good idea,
Yeah,
Renee.
thank you.
I think if we were to prepare a roadmap on the various processes that go into this, together with cost estimates for the various components, such as the engineering report that's required to go with it and other things. And so as a first step, so the board could see, okay, here's how it breaks down as we're going forward. And that would include, some conversations, as Renee just mentioned, with Jesse Dollywall at the Office of Drinking Water and the finance folks at the State Revolving Fund, and try to give a more focused picture of the kind of expenditures we're looking at.
Okay, so it's a little bit more complicated than I had kind of rounded up a moment ago. It sounds like the engagement with state revolving fund personnel needs to occur early, not at the point when we have all the planning and stuff done.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so Springer is out. So to Director Ratore's concern that voiced earlier, so we need to get going on this as soon as possible to make maximum use of this potential resource. Admitted, the Springer project is probably we may not have enough time for Springer. We don't want that to happen with the other projects. So I'm looking for some suggestions on how we can make sure the other two projects that we're planning will be potentially eligible for this state revolving fund funding. Thank you.
It seems if we're pulling Springer out, I mean, we're going to have to get financing for that project. So, I mean, it seems like we need some resolution fairly soon which way we're going to go, because we don't want to apply for funding just for Springer and then turn around and find out that the other two projects don't qualify. Then we have to go back again and go through that process again, which is going to be costly. So I'm just bringing up the point. I think it's a matter of we need to be expeditious in trying to get a resolution to which way we're going to go with this.
We've already in our budgeted for a higher interest rate so that if we can't get the state revolving fund, the money is in the budget to pay 4.3 or 4.5 or whatever we need to pay. In the meantime, the longer we wait and sit around to do nothing, the less the chance is that we're going to be able to get state revolving fund. That's why I've been pushing for probably a year to get started, and we need to stop stalling and get started.
The point I was trying to make was that if we're going to go through the process of getting funding, private funding, if you will, for the Springer, and then find out that we aren't eligible for the state revolving funds for the other two projects, and we have to go back and go through that process again to get funding for the other two projects. It would be more cost effective to get that funding in one application.
On the other hand, this wasn't stalling, as said. We had to have a financial plan in place to even be able to consider these options, and that came with the cost of service study. So we couldn't do anything until that process was complete.
And it's still not complete.
Right.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Based on the conversation, you said you were looking for a way to move this forward, and I think the board's already discussed it, and really, and Chuck alluded to it, and I mentioned it as well, and that is preparing for the board. It can be in a bullet format, nothing detailed, what the board should expect moving forward, timeline involved with it, maybe even rough estimates is not too bad. That would also include making contact with the State Water Resources Control Board and those persons, and then through those conversations, perhaps we can get a better time frame for the board as to when a determination might be. We might find that it's 18 months out, and that's not acceptable, but I think that if you advise the staff to just proceed in that manner, then I think we would be moving in the right direction and not wasting a lot of resources at this time. That's all I have.
Okay, I like that summary. Any other comments on that, alternate ways forward?
Yes.
Well,
I've been talking about, the simple question, I think Renee was almost got there, and so did Jim, is, does the DWR who manages this loan fund have a procedure or a guideline or something that we have in our hands so we know specifically what they want? Or are we just guessing?
It's on the website.
Yeah,
On their
It's
website?
the State Water Resources Control Board, not DWR.
I'm
so
sorry.
It's a little different.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
But yes, it all depends on where they want you to start, whether it's a planning or if you can go straight to the construction application, or if you have to go through planning first. That kind of delays things if you have to go through both
So
processes.
we're familiar with this procedure and guidelines.
Been going through it with a couple of these consolidations,
Okay.
yeah.
I just want to be sure because we're talking about what ifs and what ifs.
Well, and that's why you
Yeah.
you have somebody doing it. You don't typically do it in-house. You hire somebody to spearhead that effort. But frankly, when you look at the cost savings between, typically it's like 1.2% to 1.3%. Now it's up to 2.1%. We can save millions of dollars.
But I do
by-
understand,
By planning ahead and getting organized and doing it in an organized manner.
but in my opinion, we're looking at projects that are well outside the guidelines of the ones we already have. Because what I'm hearing from Don and from Ty, obviously, is that if we're gonna go out for COP funding, that's probably what we're gonna do, it costs us hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if you're gonna sit there and say, let's go out for COP funding on one project, and then another project, and another project, each of those time you're dishing out, I'm saying hundreds of thousands, am I close? Each time you do this, you're looking, yeah, that's that. Now there's where you're jumping over a dollar to pick up a dime. You're spending so much money, so I do understand the need to group these projects for one COP funding request, as opposed to 3 or 4 funding requests. So what I'm saying is that I don't disagree with what we're looking at here. I think that we need to look at projects which are well down the road, outside whatever guidelines we know from those procedures. If the procedures say this is what's going to happen in a certain timeline, then we say, okay, in order to make that timeline, we're looking at projects to submit that won't be completed till 2025. And I don't know the answer to that because I haven't looked at the procedures, but that's where I'm going with this. I'd hate to see us do a COP and then next year do another one, and next year do another one, and come out hundreds of thousands of dollars each time for that. That's my point.
I think we need to get Krieger and Stewart or somebody working with the State Resources Control Board to see what the issues truly are. Because I would hate to see us throw millions of dollars. I don't want to see us throw millions of dollars away because we can't get our act together and figure out how to plan for our long-term infrastructure development. We just need to do a good job of planning, and these 3 projects are the ones that we had agreed to during all of our finance meetings to do the state revolving fund if we could. And that was why I pointed out months ago we needed to get started. Well, now we're hearing from Ron as well, maybe we're too late. My feeling is no. What we need to do is figure out what the issues are and then proceed.
In general, I don't hear any disagreement amongst the board of directors. So I think we could probably move on with this. The next item is board discussion of a potential strategic planning effort, which would certainly address Director Kaczynski's concerns as to when and which projects we should ask for state revolving fund loans. And my only question is, what specific direction is needed for the interim general manager in order to ensure that this topic of loans makes it into the planning and effort for the existing 3 projects and then the future potential projects.
Yeah, good insight. Yeah, these things all are connected. I heard a comment about potentially asking Krieger to summarize the next steps that we would take as an input to the board for consideration.
Yeah, and I think that would, what we're really looking to do is to determine as quick as possible whether this state revolving fund is feasible for the funding of the 3 immediate projects. If it isn't, then we can go ahead and turn and start looking at the state revolving fund for some of the further out projects, like I believe Director Kaczynski said. But let us do a little checking, and we'll check into the feasibility. I do believe the staff has enough direction, and we're certainly heard the board and agree that we can go ahead and do that.
Is that something you think could be ready for the next board meeting, or I'm putting you on the spot here? I don't know what the level of effort is in preparing for.
When is the next board meeting?
I think the 13th.
February 13th.
Yeah, 2.5 weeks.
I think that we could have a lot more information for you all to consider, including, schedules that are, of course, of primary concern, but we can provide a lot more detail and a summary by the next board meeting.
Chuck, is it possible to give us a cost analysis? Because like Ron mentioned, the different price for loans. So if it cost us $100,000 to do a CLP, but we're going to save $2 million over the term of the loan, we need to know if it is feasible to do another cost analysis also. So
Yes, Director.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's an important part of it. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll be working with Ty on that, of course, because he's got the
Perfect.
knowledge of the.
Thank you.
Okay. Lacking any opposition to that, I think that's a great way to move forward. And I guess, Don, you need to sit down and have that staffing discussion with Krieger and Stewart. I don't think we can direct them from the board here, can we?
Right, I've got it written down. We'll follow up.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Any other last minute thoughts as to this particular topic before we move on? Okay. We'll move on to item number 2 here. We have a public comment.
Yes, Mike Neal. So listen to all the comments about the potential costs of going either way. As a ratepayer, I wouldn't have any problem with the board proceeding ahead with, say, a risk to benefit ratio of, say 2%, 3%, something like that. If it costs you, that percentage to say, let's just throw numbers out, $100,000. I've heard that a couple of times, to potentially save $2 to $3 million. That I wouldn't have any problem as a ratepayer seeing you spend that kind of money for the potential of saving that much money. You don't want to spend $500,000 to get $1 million savings, but so what you're talking about exactly goes right down that line. Just need to do one more round to take another look at it, and then lay the numbers on the table, and you can easily decide at that point whether you want which are the 2 divergent paths you want to proceed on.
Thanks, sir.
Can I make a clarification? When I said $100,000, that's the cost that we incurred just to get the COP in place. That's not the interest. So when I just say to put it in place, yeah. So the overall savings would be, the cost of the COP plus the interest of the COP versus the interest on the loan. So I assume that Krieger Stewart will keep that into account. Thank you.
One additional thing to take in mind is at one point in time, you didn't start repaying the loan until your project was finalized and signed off. Whereas if we take out a COP, when we take the money in hand, we start paying interest on it. So there's other things, there are other benefits associated with it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, nice discussion. Thanks for all of your inputs. Thanks for taking point on that, Mr. Krieger. And we'll look forward to the inputs at the next board meeting. Hopefully be ready for the next board meeting, if possible. If that isn't possible, please advise us as soon as possible. Moving on, item number 2. Sorry? Board discussion.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. A board discussion on potential strategic planning effort. I submitted this, actually Renee helped me submit this as for consideration, and I spoke with our general manager, acting general manager. What are you right now? Interim general manager last week, and came to the conclusion that I think it's still a little early for us to take specific steps forward on the strategic planning effort. And my thoughts are, even though I still believe that it's something that would be a great benefit for us to conduct, but with the uncertainty of the adjudication and what degrees of freedom we're going to have post-adjudication, and once those decisions are made, I think it might be a little bit, well, I think it's early. I think we need to wait till the next workshop in the summer to fully engage this effort. And hopefully by then we'll have some insights to what's going to be happening with whether the rate study is going to be approved. We still don't know that with the 218 process underway, and what issues are going to impact our moving forward under the adjudication. So I wanted to leave it on the list because I think it's something that we need to be thinking about and considering, but I'm proposing that we delay engagement on the strategic planning effort in earnest until the next workshop. Comments?
Yes, Mr. President, I think you could go ahead and start with the strategic planning effort. And at the end of the preliminary round, you list the effects of the adjudication as possible risks to the plan. Once you've made a plan, you don't write it in stone. It adapts to changes in conditions, and there are a number of risks which we could identify during the strategic planning effort. But I think it's for strategic planning, it's better to get people thinking about these things sooner than later.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, and I agree with Director St. Armand that there's a number of things. When you started talking about strategic planning, you based it in the fact that what's the overall effect on our ratepayers going to be over the next, let's say, 10 years. And that's where we started coming up with thoughts about what are all the hidden costs that are there. In fact, we're coming up to one item here in our discussion about the state mandates, which could add cost to the ratepayers. So including the cost of the pipeline and the purchase of water and all that's going on with the GA. And that was part of the strategic plan to start discussing these things so we can have a long-range plan so that come next rate study time, which won't be that far away, we're going to sit here and say, by the way, we need to add this, this, and this to it. And I agree that I don't think it's something that could drop. Maybe something we don't want to discuss here any further until we get more information, like maybe the next planning, next workshop. But I think by that time, we should be prepared with some preliminary ideas of what we can expect in cost to our ratepayers for the long-term effects that outside entities are having on us. That's one part I thought was very important. Thank you.
Other comments?
Yeah, I agree with the earlier comments from the other directors. My feeling is, no, it's not cast in stone, and obviously things are going to change. But doing some simple things such as identifying the threats and opportunities and that kind of thing, those are going to be pretty much the same. It's just a sort of a relative emphasis and details that are obviously important. But by the next workshop, it would be nice to have something that has a little bit of sort of architecture to it so we can fill the meat in after that point. And in this vein, I would like to see, one of the things I've been thinking about is having one of our committees or having an ad hoc committee work with the city relative to the wastewater treatment plant, not what the way, no, actually the availability of wastewater for our use. We've attempted in the past and we took no for an answer. And my feeling is no is not the right answer. We need to go back and get an answer that is beneficial to our ratepayers. So I don't care if it's a committee or ad hoc committee, but we need to re-engage for the benefit of our ratepayers on the wastewater. And obviously that's part of the strategic plan it's wastewater has to be part of the strategic plan.
Yeah, I agree with Stan on that, and I'm glad you brought up, because I was going to come back and say to wastewater, because we don't have any idea that all these projects and things that may or may not be going on, who's operating them? We know who's paying for them, but who's operating them? Is that something we need to plan in strategy? Is that something that might be asked of us or not asked of us? We don't know enough about what's going on, wastewater, for instance, and recovery, as well as the pipeline and maintenance and operations of the pipeline. Is that something that may be a water district issue? And we don't know. And so I don't want to go any further than that, but that's part of the plan. We need to know those things.
Well, I think that's going to be a continued effort, but I believe we have our committee already. I think water management should work on that. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are, but
I think that the strategic,
well, no, on the wastewater, I think we should be involved. I mean, that's part of water management, in my opinion.
So
Yes.
I just don't want to take no for an answer. What we need to do is figure out what the real problem is, or we need to solve the problem. And that is, we need to use the wastewater, and we need to figure out how we're going to work with the city to get that done.
And whether that's a separate committee or not, I think needs to be answered. And maybe that's what we need to answer here, because what I would like to see at the next workshop is at least maybe an outline of the issues, whether we have answers or not. These are where we need answers.
Yeah, right.
If nothing else, and we need someone to put that together.
Well, and that goes back to what I was, the threats and opportunities are part of it. And you're more familiar with that concept than I am, so I don't want to step in your bailiwick, and you probably need to be giving some support, help, or at least references to whoever is doing it.
Director Sinderman?
So we have two topics currently being discussed. The first is the strategic planning effort, and the second one is addressing specifically working with the city with regard to the recycled water. Director Griffin has mentioned that he believes that the Water Management Committee should be tackling that subject. I don't think anybody disagrees with what's being said. I'd like to have the topic added to the agenda for the Water Management Committee so that they will have it, so they can start to tackle that. And then I have a question about this strategic planning effort. Who will be involved in the strategic planning effort? Is that an ad hoc committee? Because it touches all of the committees that are currently standing committees. Is it I would imagine that it would be a director or two and staff, but I think that I think everybody agrees this is an excellent idea and that we should move forward with it. But I'd like to take some concrete steps to moving forward.
Okay. I'll pull back my initial comment about stalling this. What I was intending to say there was, what I meant to say was that there is some preparatory work that we could be doing, and like the SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis is something that we could actually do in an ad hoc way, or if that's the right term. We could do it by bringing comments during future board meetings. We could set aside a portion of our time during our future board meetings to take inputs from our directors of things that they see as we define what a SWOT analysis is. What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? Those kinds of things could be quickly summarized, I believe, over a relatively short period of time. And that's an essential starting piece for strategic planning, is to understand what are the boundaries? Where are certainties, uncertainties? Like I say, the adjudication would be a threat potentially, or could be an opportunity as well, depending upon how it turns out. But having that thinking process could, I think, initially start off as being something that we just think about, as each of us think about, without actually taking time to have a specific committee sitting down and working the issue that we all work at as kind of a homework assignment in preparation for future board meetings.
Well, may I make a recommendation?
Please do.
I think, in my opinion, the best way to start the strategic planning effort is to get input from all of the stakeholders as to what they think is important and needs to be moved forward. Then once that's happened, whomever is working the strategic planning effort can come up with a preliminary idea as to what needs to be done and a very rough order of magnitude estimate as for how long it would take and how much it would cost. And at that time, once they've identified those items, then they can produce a tailored risk matrix that would allow people to specifically address what the risks are and how we might mitigate them should they actually happen.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for
I'm
Jim.
sorry, Renee?
No, you can.
Go, Renee.
I just wanted to make a suggestion. If you want to go ahead with this, consider maybe going through an RFQ process and hiring a consultant to walk the district through it, since it's not something that we've done before. I know we may not be able to do that or not, but I don't know. It was just a suggestion.
The question I had was for Jim. Jim, legally speaking, types of committees that we can form. In other words, if it was just, obviously I know an ad hoc committee is, but if we were to have a group with one director that met with staff to start putting together these outlines, is that something that's possible, or how is that done?
Well, you could do one, but an ad hoc committee, that's why ad hoc committees are allowed to work on one specific item and only that item. And once that item has been accomplished, the ad hoc committee dissolves. You just got to make sure that those persons on the ad hoc committee do not serve on a committee meeting together. Otherwise, you'd have your Brown Act considerations. Break up the committees, and I'm comfortable this is well within, working with staff on a potential strategic plan. That's all.
How many people can be on that ad hoc committee and not violate Brown Act?
Two.
Two. Do we have two volunteers that would be interested in working on this as an ad hoc committee?
I'd be certainly happy to work on that committee. I have experience in running planning sessions.
Okay.
Well, I'd be willing to, but I think you two probably have more experience than I do. So if you two, I'm
All right.
more than welcome to sit back and
I agree with that because
throw tomatoes.
You're eliminated because you're already on one with directors.
Yes, Stan's eliminated from that, so not a problem. Which one is,
Share the-
are you only on one committee, David?
Yes, sir.
So Stan's the lucky winner.
and I agree with that because these two here have probably more knowledge and background in developing, I guess you can call the plan, if that's what it is, for the strategic plan. How are we, and once we get into the workings of it, then maybe the committee could change up. But I think at this particular point, you two probably have the background to put together something.
Okay,
So I
thank
appreciate
you.
it. Thank you for volunteering.
You're welcome. So I would expect a message from our interim general manager requesting the director's input into the planning process, what you think is important, what you would like to see focused on, and that sort of thing.
As part of the stakeholder.
As part of the
inputs.
stakeholder gathering, yes.
And should we open that stakeholder up to the public or just keep that?
I would say let's open it up to staff.
Yeah.
So we get the staff input, we'll get the director's input, and I don't see a reason why we couldn't take input from the public, but I would start by keeping this in-house, and if somebody from the public has something they'd like to throw in there, we can certainly consider it.
Perhaps have that as part of the first out brief, here's what we're thinking, here's.
Yeah, and they can and some people can comment at that time.
right.
All right.
Yeah, sounds like a way forward. So, Don, could I ask that you coordinate a meeting between yourself, Director St. Amon, and myself, to sit down in your office and walk through some of the.
So just be a meeting between the three of us initially? Okay, yeah.
Right, for initial planning purposes, for discussion, I think we need the.
And then to go to a broader
department heads
audience.
Brought in, yes, absolutely,
Okay.
critical.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks for that. So, yeah, we'll get this off dead center and start moving forward. Thank you for your inputs and comments. Item number 3, construction, sorry. Sorry, Mike.
Yes, Mike Neal. So I'm glad that Mr. Tor brought up the recycled water plant. As requested, I think at the last board meeting, I brought up to the city council what should be an obvious fact is that almost all the water anyway coming out of that recycled water plant, some of which belonged initially to the Navy, but they have no reason to care what's done in that water on their behalf, that water belongs to the citizens. As you would expect, there was what I call a fainting effort by the city attorney saying that, well, the law says that the water coming out of that plant belongs to the city. So what I'm talking about here is potential savings to water district customers of around $4 million a year, every single year till the end of time, to get that water and get the city committed to say, we're not going to sell that water back to our citizens. And I think that's, if you look at the council meeting, the lack of response basically to what I had to say by any of the council members, any support whatsoever for that idea, and then them allowing the city attorney to try to throw it into, well, the law says we can do this, is that it's exactly what the city manager and staff intend to do for whatever reason. And I just told them, I didn't talk about the law, I talked about what was right. And so coming out of this strategic planning, instead of just projects that you're physically doing, spending money on, needs to be a communication effort that bounces rather quickly back to the entire board for the board to support the idea that that water should rightly go to the allocation for the water district in the overall water allocation plan and without charge, because we don't need to pay for that water twice, basically. We've already paid to pump it out of the ground. We paid for the sewer system. We're paying for the sewer plant. It's our water, and the city should not act like there's some separate living entity and it belongs to them just because it flowed through their plant, and they can now turn and try to make another profit off of it. They're just there to service the needs of the citizens, and they should do that and let us have the water. I think they need more pressure because they certainly are very used to not listening to me.
I would like to add that it's my understanding that the wastewater treatment plant actually belongs to the enterprise fund, which is the wastewater sewer enterprise fund, not actually the city itself. And the benefit should go to the people who are funding the wastewater treatment plant enterprise fund. So I think he's got a good point. And if you're one of the people that are talking to the city about that, you need to remind them that they're the ones who keep talking about growth. We want to grow here, we want to grow there, and I totally understand the need and that, but if they want to grow, they need to help us provide the water so that can happen. And I think up to date, they've ignored the fact that they want to grow, but they don't want to have anything to do with helping in that growth. And we need to make sure they understand that if they want to grow, they need to help us help them.
Okay, thanks for those inputs. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, I agree, and I believe that is the quickest source for any water for this basin is the groundwater. We need to get it and get on it as quick as we can.
Absolutely.
Is the wastewater.
Absolutely. Just do a process check here. We have a fairly long meeting time set aside, and I didn't intend that we would be sitting in our seats that entire time, that we have a break. I'm suggesting that we have a break at 10:30 unless somebody needs to have a break earlier. Is that acceptable to everybody? All right, good enough. So that'll be our goal. We'll maybe get through the next two items before then.
Okay with
Yes, yes, that's,
we're all right with this.
Mr. President?
yes, sir.
If I might, I might request that we move item 5 up. Jasmine Malloy with Eagle Aerial is on the line, and I'd rather than have her hang on for a couple more discussions. Maybe we could move that up and let her go.
Okay, I don't have an objection to that. Yeah, please go ahead. So the suggestion is item number 5, a discussion of water use restriction laws coming online to include possible strategies for meeting the restrictions.
So by way of introduction, most of this discussion obviously centers around SB 606 and AB 1668, the indoor and outdoor targets for conservation. Although it's become more complicated than that, Eagle Aerial was the company that was contracted with the state to actually do a drill down to a parcel by parcel analysis of each water supplier to determine what their outdoor irrigation budget should be. So they've got the database. As far as commercial, institutional, and industrial customers, the state is leaving that up to individual water agencies to make that determination. And there's a lot of discussions going on with regard to that about direct meter use and multi-meter use and how we transition to that. Eagle Aerial, Renee and I participated in a presentation by Eagle Aerial. We were impressed with what they offer. We had a subsequent presentation involved Ty and Jason. And bottom line is to make that determination for commercial and industrial and institutional landscape irrigation is going to be a task that's going to be very difficult for our staff to do in terms of time and resources. Eagle Aerial has a software program called WaterView. I think Jasmine's prepared to go through with you. In addition to the water view, they offer many services. In fact, there's a number of reports that are going to have to be required to be generated as a result of the legislation, these laws, as well as others that are coming down. And Eagle Aerial ultimately could assist us with those reports by basically having a template developed and just backfilling the information into that and reducing staff time. So it helps with our efficiency in the reporting process. So at this point, if Jasmine's on, I'll let her take over and do her presentation.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Don. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you come across fine.
Great. Wonderful. Well, thank you. And thank you for that introduction, Don. I see that everybody has in their packet just a few slides. I know we have a limited amount of time here to go through a very complex undertaking that the water agencies, all the urban water agencies in California, are in the process of understanding and moving forward with, and very quickly preparing for the first report that will be an annual report for your urban water use objective. So I will try and move very quickly through some of these slides. And as Don mentioned, there are different components to the urban water use objective, and I fear that in this one session we won't be able to cover all of it, but we will start. So I'm moving on to, looks like, the next slide, so next page for you folks, were just where did this legislation come from? I understand that the folks in the room are very aware of SB 606 and AB 1668, but where do Jasmine and Eagle Aerial kind of come onto the playing field here? So the legislation was passed, truly as a result of lessons learned from the 2012-2016 drought, and that was really where the new slogan of making water conservation a California way of life was formed, and the primer in this very large legislation and framework was put together. Eagle Aerial and our partner company, NV5 Geospatial, actually began to work with the state before the legislation was passed in running pilot studies on how to identify and quantify different landscapes, and thusly produce formulas that would help quantify efficiency with the specific landscape and weather conditions throughout the different areas in California. When SB 606 and AB 1668 passed, we were sole sourced by the state to come in and work on the residential component. The next slide is a graphic that breaks down the urban water use objectives within the framework of SB 606 and AB 1668. There is the urban water use objective, and there is also a performance measure reporting requirement in there as well that sits just outside of your urban water use objective. I'm going to kind of put a pin in that, in the performance measures. We're going to focus right now on the urban water use objective itself. Starting off with your indoor, there's indoor allocation there, indoor residential allocation, outdoor residential allocation. There is an outdoor commercial, industrial, institutional component to this. There's water loss that is brought into this overall formula. There is a short list of variances approved by the state that can be applied for, and then there is a credit or bonus for recycled water, specifically for full pipe use. Again, we won't have enough time to go through all components here, but wanted to focus on where we actually begin to do our work. If you would move to the next slide. So the residential component, we'll start there. The outdoor irrigation, the landscape area measurement project was done by Eagle Aerial and NV5 Geospatial together. We took 4-band imagery and went through a high-level segmentation and landscape analysis, where we were able to break down and identify the outdoor landscape for the residential parcels within the footprint of each of the 400 water agencies that have to comply under SB 606 and AB 1668. If you move to the next slide, this exercise per spec from DWR was done in a semi-tabular, semi-geospatial form where we broke all of these down, and this is data that you currently have in-house, where the irrigated, not currently irrigated, and not irrigable landscape totals of those square footages were provided to all of the water suppliers at a residential level. As the technical team performing this in-depth analysis, we became very familiar with the legislation, with the framework. We actually teamed up with California Water Efficiency Partnership, did multiple focus groups with state stakeholders, and realized there were not enough tools to support the water agencies in the process of, number one, understanding the framework and requirements, and giving them tools to take the data that is provided by the state and understand how that will equal, will you be in compliance, will you not be in compliance, how do you report? Very simply put, if I know I have X amount of hundreds of thousands of square miles of irrigated landscape within my residential parcels, what does that mean to me, the water supplier, within my compliance and efficiency efforts? So that's where WaterView really was created. If we could move to the next slide. WaterView is a data management platform that we merged with a simplified geospatial environment, and it was created specifically to meet the needs and create an environment in which the urban water suppliers could manage water according to the new framework and allocations. If we could move to the next slide as well. This is a screenshot of the homepage on the residential component of WaterView. Again, there is, within the legislation, there is indoor and outdoor residential, there's outdoor CII, water loss variances, and recycled water. Here within what we'll talk about today, we bring in indoor residential and an outdoor residential. And what we've taken here is the exact formula that the state will be using in order to project allocation for the urban water suppliers, for the water managers, and run it up against current actual usage. If we go to the next slide, I'll break down a little bit this the main dashboard here. As a water agency, you'll be required January 1st of 2024, so in less than 1 year, you'll have to report your urban water use objective for the first time, and those numbers will be required. The reporting requirements are at the aggregate or across the entire service area, not specifically at a parcel by parcel basis. So at the top of the dashboard, we've brought in those numbers at a very easy at-a-glance monitoring way to show current allocation, where we are taking the indoor standard, which is currently 55 GPCD. The state will be taking population numbers directly from census for your service area and applying 55 gallons per person per day. New legislation, as I'm sure you're all aware of, has passed where that number will be ratcheted down faster than originally expected, and that will come all the way down to 42 GPCD by 2030. Here to then, there will be an incremental lowering of that GPCD so that we can be at 42 by 2030. Those numbers are brought into this equation in the back end of the software. We then bring in the data that was provided by the state, the landscape area measurement residential project, the irrigable, not currently irrigated, and not irrigable landscape. That data is brought in, entered into the formula, and together with current evapotranspiration, which is an average number from your nearest station. These are all the same numbers that the state will be using when calculating the urban water use objective for residential, for the residential component for Indian Wells. We then take an EP adjustment factor and we multiply that in. Not to go too far into the weeds and stay pretty high level here. Again, it's the formula that gives you the current allocation, and then the data provided by the water supplier, by Indian Wells, will be the current consumption or usage. That's that green graph right there. So at any given time, you're able to see the percent of allocation that the agency has used. Over time, this screenshot doesn't adequately show the amount of historical that you'll typically see within the water view count, but there's at least a year of allocation versus actual usage, even though the objective has not been enforced for a year yet. It's looking at those water use trends. Taking this component, if we want to move down to the next slide, we knew after the focus group and stakeholder meetings that understanding as a whole where do we sit within our allocation is a powerful piece of data to have, but it doesn't tell the entire story because it doesn't give the tools of what to do if we are trending out of allocation. How do we know how this new framework applies at an even more granular level? And so we took it to the parcel level. This brings efficiency definitions down to every residential parcel within your service area. We no longer look at just who is using the most water, the highest acre feet or gallons of water at each meter reading. We're looking at definitions of who are the most efficient and inefficient water users. So the exact same formula that's been applied at the aggregate, so across the service area at the top portion of the dashboard, there in the middle on the slide just before it is an interactive tiers for your residential customers. So after each meter read, their consumption compared to their individual allocations land them into these efficiency tiers that you can click on, and immediately a list is created. Now we can go to the next slide. These lists come through and are exportable. Can we move to the next slide? There we go. Perfect. Thank you. These lists here are now first level of a multi-tiered data mining process, where now we're looking at all of the residential customers that per their last meter read are using over double what would be per state standards their quote allocation for water use efficiency. The next slide, please. Again, I know there's a limited amount of time, so there's not a lot to, I won't go too granular into this, but turning on other features where it enables you to ask more questions. Where are my least efficient and my most efficient areas? Why are there areas in here that are clustered together? What can I get to know about how water is being used on the ground? To answer these questions, there are queries like, show me everybody in my service area that has over 1,500 square feet of irrigated landscape, that has a lot size over a half an acre, that have less than 3 people in their household, that have already participated in any of the outreach efforts that the water agency has already provided. These are data attributes that you can go into and actually ask the system to generate reports based off of these questions. If we can go to the next slide and drill down even to a parcel level, where when clicking upon that parcel, you will get specific data about that parcel. Again, in order to comply, it's really drilling down to where the efficiency efforts need to be focused. Before I go any too much further into this part, it just kind of came to me as I was speaking now. I was just on a call with the state late last week, and they had questions about overall success of SB 606 and AB 1668 and really what that meant. And, you know, as a consultant on that team, you know, I really brought to their attention that success for this legislation and success of making water conservation a California way of life is really based in working backwards. If we have that out there as our goal, this is what we're looking to do, then how does that success, where does that come from? So the success of the legislation comes in the success of the water agencies able to understand and implement strategies, outreach, and efficient planning based off of these new standards. And how do the water agencies, how does that become successful for them? It's interacting with their customers and knowing where to put their resources. So being able to drill down even to a parcel level and review the data that has been geospatially tethered to that parcel, including data provided by the state, data provided by county assessor parcel data, which is loaded in here, the formulas that the framework require in order to understand or project that allocation, and so on. One of the main components to this idea of success and working towards all that will be required for the reporting is being able to identify specific cohorts. Again, if we're speaking just towards residential, specific cohorts of water consumers based off of their water use behaviors, group them together within this platform and design specific outreach based off of their current water use behaviors. So if we can move to the next slide. The campaign module and tracking system allows for those cohorts to be created per the data mining exercises and queries. Next slide, please, as well. And they're tracked over time. So a very simple example can be if you are looking to do a turf removal program and you want to focus your efforts on residential parcels that have over X amount of irrigated or turf in their on their residential parcels currently, those can be focused on and the success of that program monitored over time by watching the efficiency change as turf is removed. That's just one simple example. Again, moving very, very quickly, I'm going to jump right back in if we can go to the next slide as well. So again, is just the graphic for the urban water use objectives. Here, you have your indoor and outdoor residential allocation, which what we covered with on WaterView is very high level overview of the sophistication of the platform that supports the water supplier in understanding what their allocation will be, is how to stay compliant, and how to manage the focused outreach in the correct areas where the least efficient water use is happening on the ground. The next component, which Dawn mentioned, is your commercial, industrial, and institutional. I just want a quick check-in on time. What's our time frame here? I know we're at 10:23. Just curious. Are we still okay on time?
Yeah, you're doing fine.
Oh, okay, great. So in commercial, industrial, institutional, this component to the urban water use objectives is wildly more complex in that the state is not providing the data as they did for the residential component. The only way a water agency or district will receive allocation for within their urban water use objective for outdoor irrigation of CII parcels is via dedicated irrigation meters. The process here and the homework, and something that Dawn and I have talked about at length, is the identification of where the water district has their dedicated irrigation meters and where they do not within their CII parcels. Once that has been identified, there is a mapping and measuring process that needs to be handled, where the landscape needs to be not only mapped and identified as types of landscapes, but the calculations of the urban water use objectives per the different types of landscapes need to be calculated. In the first report that's due January 1, 2024, Indian Wells Valley Water District will have to have already be ready to provide the mapped and measured irrigated landscape for dedicated irrigation meters for at least 20% of their commercial, industrial, institutional parcels. This is something, a process here that I did not include the slides for this presentation. It was more focused on residential. I'm happy to come back and go into depth on the commercial, industrial, institutional. This 20% goes in 20% increments each year, where not only the mapped, measured, and quantified irrigated landscape is required, but also in 20% increments each year, reporting on implementation of best management practices for efficiency in not only those parcels, but also parcels with mixed use meters. Under the undertaking of this specific task is considerable, and the mapping requirements are quite complex within the definition of what can be considered irrigable landscape and what is not. Different ET adjustment factors or weather considerations are also vary per what kind of landscape. Is this turf? Is it functional? Is it non-functional? Is there a special landscape? Is there an engineered slope? Is all of what I'm saying have different formulas that will calculate the number and will thusly give the output of the allocation for your commercial, industrial, institutional parcels. The water loss component to the urban water use objective, it does go hand in hand with the annual reporting that already currently is happening. Formulas will be integrated. The state has not completely come out and said how the reporting will interact or not, if any of it can be doubled up. One part of this, and then I'll definitely pause for some questions. I've spoken a lot. Is the reporting process. I think that's my last slide, if I remember correctly here. Is the reporting part. It's been our commitment to all of the water agencies that we are working with and are using WaterView to support in the reporting process. I personally sit as, call it some type of unofficial liaison between water agencies and DWR, and that I'm in standing meetings with them every week, consulting and helping in even any type of design of what they're looking for in this reporting process, how we can support the water agencies in this, and specifically for the WaterView customers, be able to house the data that's going to be needed in order to report. Not only on the residential side, that is already something that the data can be extracted, but creating that data for the CII component, the landscape area mapping, the landscape identification, the calculation, the irrigated premise definition, all that's being required for the CII component. That is all part of our solution to help support the water agencies. So I realize I spoke a long time. I apologize, trying to get a lot of information in there, and I'm sure that there will be many questions about the CII part that we can dive into if we need to at another time as well.
I just have one question. Well, actually, I have several, but one that's important, I think, is
Sure.
Thank you for the briefing, first of all, Jasmine. Has this process that you've just described been reviewed and approved by the state as a method that they would accept, or is this in process, or what's the maturity of this product?
So that's a great question. There is language in the legislation specifically that does allow for any water supplier to bring data to the state. And obviously on the CII side, that is going to be required. One of the most important parts that isn't clearly stated in that, more than in that same language, it says that the data that is provided must be of equal or superior accuracy than what the state has provided. The definitions, the way that we do our mapping, the way that we run our irrigated premise delineation, the way we identify landscapes has been created specifically by the definitions created by the state. So it is something that very much the state has signed off on to a T. What we go in and consider to be an irrigable landscape, be it in a residential sector or a commercial, industrial, institutional, that follows the spec and definition by the state.
Okay. I think I understand the answer. I mean, it's in effect, you followed what the state has requested and come up with a product that we believe will address what the state interest is in terms of what we call, data for our area.
Yeah, the remote sensing methodology that we apply to this is something we've been refining for just over a decade. But what we've done is, because we started working with the state and their questions around what can be considered irrigable landscape, what can be considered functional, non-functional turf, how to determine the difference between irrigated tree canopy and native oaks, for example, that are not irrigated by nor a commercial or residential meter. Those definitions were created in conjunction with our consultation, and then our methodology for the residential component that the state sole sourced us on are following those definitions. What we do outside, and we provide as an outside service, if an agency would like to engage on the CII side, takes those definitions and only goes more granular and more accurate. But it stays within what the state has required from the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. And a second question I had, and I'll turn it over to the directors here. The source of the imagery, is this something that's that you're buying from a source, or are you creating this with your own overflights?
Sure, great. Another great question. So we work off of two different data sets, our imagery sets, and they are the same ones. They are that are provided by the state. So the residential component was done off of a 2018 1-foot resolution flight, and that's what the state has within their imagery stream. And that same flight was reflown in 2020, which is what we do the CII mapping off of as well.
Okay.
That is something the state has available to the water agencies. It does take quite a bit for a water district to get their hands on it, but it is something that the state has available, and so we are able to access that.
Okay, awesome. Okay, directors?
I just want to suggest that maybe if we have any questions, that we ask them and then maybe get into discussion after our break, because you suggested a break. Ask any questions we have, because I have a feeling we're going to have a long discussion here. I really do, because I have a ton of items. So my suggestion to that, Mr. President, is that we ask any questions we have, and then adjourn for a break and then come back and discuss it.
So my quick question to you, is this a presentation that is, their company is showing us what they are capable of doing, and that will be followed on by
a proposal?
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Right. So it's actually a general discussion about the rules themselves that would be.
It's kind of both. It's to show you what's going on with the two legislation, but also we've actually entered into an agreement with Eagle Aerial for their products. So we actually working with us now. We're providing information to them so they can set up their database as a customer. What I wanted to do was show you the capabilities. Hopefully from the presentation, you've gotten the sense that this is a very complex issue for complying, well beyond the capabilities of our staff in terms of time and such and staffing. So I want to show you, since we have entered into agreement, what they're capable of doing, how they can help us, and the services they can provide going forward to make sure that we comply with not only this legislation, but other things that are in the pipe right now. And they keep up with the state legislation as we do with aqua alerts and such, but it helps to have somebody else that can assist us in that regard, with keeping up with the legislation, how we need to comply to it.
Okay, thank you.
I suggest you call a break and then ask the questions after.
I agree. I think this is going to be a lot of discussion. So, Jasmine, can we impose on you to to take a 5-minute break with us, and we'll get back
Not a problem.
for conversation in a moment? Okay, very good.
Absolutely.
Thank you
No
very
problem.
much. Okay, we will break momentarily for about 5 minutes. I think there'll be enough time. Reconvene at 10:40. Thank you.
Yep.
There we go. Hey, before we reconvene, and we are trying to reconvene a little bit late than what I promised. It looks like it's 10:43. A comment from Director St. Amon about the purpose of this briefing and where we were trying to go with it. I think it's important to understand, and the general manager pointed this out to me during the break. This is, Jasmine and her company are currently providing the water district these services in preparation for the data requirements that the state has levied, that, as she pointed out, are coming up in 11 months. The staff lacked the resources to go out and figure out all the irrigable and even being able to say irrigable and non-irrigable. Was an issue and challenge, but we needed help. So they are providing services. This is partly to bring us up to speed on what's being done currently by the water district, but not to bring into issues of discussing the validity of the request from the state. We don't have control over that. We're trying to respond to it. But having said that, do you have anything else you want to say on that, Don, before we start the questions?
No, I just make, looks like Jasmine is still on, correct?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your patience. Okay, then we'll go around, starting with Director Griffin.
Yeah, I have a few comments, and I don't want to make anybody mad, but I'm going to tell you my opinion.
I would suggest that maybe if we have questions directly related to Jasmine, that we ask those, and that when we get into our opinions about what's going on here as a board, that she's off the line, because we may. That's just my suggestion.
We have a specific item for that.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say thank you, Jasmine, for your presentation. I think you did a good job. It was very thorough. Second of all, I can't personally support this. I think it's an overreach of government. I think when people purchase water, it goes through their meter. They bought the water. And I don't want to be looking in people's backyards over their fences with a camera or anything else. So I'm personally against it. I have a huge issue with it. I disagree with the state mandating this on us. We were a basin that was put into critical overdraft, and we were designated to build a sustainability plan, and that's what we are following. And so we're being double mandated by the state here, and I just disagree with it. I think that we were, well, really triple, yes. But we have asked our customers to conserve, which I believe they have, and I'm not against conservation. I think we should be conserving water, so don't misunderstand what I'm saying. And we have put out cash for grass. We've put out stuff like that to conserve. Our conservation rate is probably one of the best in the state. And yet we've put fees on people that are using large amounts of water. And to look at people's backyards and know everything that's going on, I believe people have the problem.
I have a point of order here. Chuck, just what I said. This is item 5 on the workshop. We're not discussing item B. I think that your opinions about what the state is doing, all 5 reason that I requested 5 be on here is for those reasons. So I think that holding Jasmine here for these kind of comments is inappropriate. I think we ought to ask questions directly related to the program and the district. As far as what the state is doing, I think that falls under item 5. If anybody disagrees, please do.
Okay. Yeah, good comments, but yeah, let's try to direct the things that Jasmine can respond to first, and then we'll come back, because I think, as been mentioned, I think there's going to be a lot of conversation on this topic.
I'm sorry. If you were done, I have some comments, but
Well, it sounds
I want
like
to cut you off.
It sounds like I'm done until we go to the next item, which should be
Okay.
item B, and we're going to discuss it at that point. So I have no comments for Jasmine, except thank you for your presentation. And please don't be offended by what I said. It has nothing to do with your company. It's just my personal feeling.
I have a question, and I do agree with everything Chuck said, but that aside, is there anything, and I had And I understand we got to do what's mandated by the state. And if we're going to make a report mandated by state, we need to get the data. Okay, that's fine. Is there a way of using any of this data to support our rate study or the way we charge rates? We are constrained by another state mandate called Prop 218. And knowing a lot of this data might be okay in terms of allocating down to us. What we get, I don't see how it is going to help. If it possibly can, I don't know. And that's the question. Is there any way of using any of this data to support the way we charge our rates?
That's, you're asking me on that? Is that correct?
He wants to know if you're asking that question to her, directing that
Yeah, oh, yes, yes. Are you
Okay,
working
sorry,
with
no
anybody,
problem.
or do you know anybody in the state that assumes that we're actually going to use any of this data in the generation of our rates?
My best answer for that is that I do have a handful of water agencies that are currently using the formula that has been created by the state around efficiency, specifically the urban water use objective. They are using that formula as a guideline. It's not something that the state has said, use this data in relation, to your current rate structure. But it's been my experience with other water agencies that, and apologies for the cliche term of the new normal, but the mandated efficiency standards, or quote, as they called it, kind of the new way of managing water, mirroring that and leveraging the data has been something that multiple agencies have chosen to do, and others have not. They're doing, continuing to do things their own way and not relating the two. It is possible, absolutely,
I guess,
because it keeps the rate structure mirroring what the state requirements are.
See, that is what I'm concerned about, and I probably should have asked our council about it. We have a requirement by Prop 218 that we can only charge for the cost of what it is for us to produce the water, and I'm not aware of anything that says we can charge more to one customer than another based upon, it's supposed to be what we pay for the water. So that's maybe a discussion we should have with our own legal people rather than dwelling on this. If we've got to do this for the state, whether it's of use to us or not, I guess we just have to do it. I appreciate the time and effort that you put into putting the brief together. It was very interesting. I'm not sure how useful it's going to be to us.
Other questions for Jasmine?
Yeah, I have one question. Jasmine, the examples that you use in your slides, are those real examples or all made up? In other words, you just pick an area, and even though we don't have exact information about those parcels, is that real information?
The screenshots that I did show for security purposes was directly out of a demo account to be able to see those.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking is because obviously when you look at this, almost everybody's out of compliance. That's why I was asking. Thanks.
Sounds like California.
No, and it's a great question. If I may just take 1 minute to expand on that, it's just as powerful in my experience thus far to know who is over allocation as to those who are within their allocation, or by definition, efficient water users. In the outreach that a water district can provide, understanding who is actually doing everything that they've been asked is extremely powerful, so that the focus in internal resources and outreach can be focused on the areas where there still needs to be more education, more outreach, more efficient water use. So it's a great thing to note that on those specific demo slides, there is quite a bit, but you'll see in others really efficient. If you were to click on the other tier and see everybody who is extremely efficient, the outreach and communication to them could be very, very different in support of their current water use behaviors, so that they maintain that throughout, any stage of drought or no drought, and within the mandate.
I have to.
Okay. Other questions for Jasmine?
I sort of a question for Ty. Any information we gather here, none of this is public information, correct? So in other words, anything that comes out this data, that's just our data. The public has no access to this.
Absolutely, correct.
Okay. Because what I'm hearing is sort of peer pressure to, hey, I'm using my lot, but you're not.
No, it would be more for, as she said, marketing type, that we know where to direct our conservation efforts or letters.
Okay, thank you.
So I have two questions. How many water districts have systems where there's a dedicated meter for indoor use and a dedicated meter for outdoor use? I just need a scientific wild guess.
That would probably be an internal question. I'm not sure if that was directed towards me.
Yes, that's directed towards you, Jasmine. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. A wild guess is very difficult for me to do, since I have not been immersed in INWell's data, especially at a CII or a dedicated meter perspective.
I meant on the state level. I'm sorry. I meant on the state level, because I can promise you there's virtually nothing like that in the water district.
Sure. There's the water agencies that I work with, which out of the 400 that have to comply to this legislation, I've interacted with over 200 of them. But their ranges from anything within the CII sector from 150 dedicated meters to 3,000 dedicated irrigation meters, and so that's the focus there. It varies so much from district to district.
Okay, let me ask the question a little bit differently then. There's an indoor component under state mandate and an outdoor component. And if you only have one meter, does the state going to mandate double meters? Or can you, if you say you have your indoor allocation, your outdoor allocation, you only have one meter, you can use that much water even if you have no landscaping and you're just filling the tub and emptying the tub and filling the tub and emptying the tub?
Sure. No, I thank you for clarifying. Looking more towards the residential section. If you recall on the slides within WaterView, the allocation, the way we have actually created, when the state does officially send your water district their allocation, there will be a calculation for residential indoor based off of population, one large number, 55 gallons times your population. When looking at breaking it down, because your consumption at a residential level will be reported indoor, outdoor together, that's why within WaterView, we create a combined allocation for the residential component, because the consumption can't be segregated. They're very aware of that. You won't have to report any type of sub-metering at a residential level.
Okay, that answers that question. Thank you. The next question is, you have it's an interesting GIS system. How do you know how many people are in a residence? Because I understand it's 55. Do you track it on the number of people in a residence, or is it just you're assuming that somebody's using more water than they're allocated, but they may in fact have an extended family in the house?
Yeah, no, another great question that I get quite often. Thank you for pointing that out as well. So again, based off of census, so it's off of the 2020 census, the state will take your overall population. What we have done is taken that the census data and broken it down to the census block and tract level. We then any county data that is updated from any demographic data that is updated by any county in California, our system will actually update that data. So within the census block or tract, that's where a number, for example, if you're looking at one of the slides, it'll say household median size 2.7, 3.1. That comes directly from that data. We are fully aware that that's not a perfect science, and it could very well say that there's 3.2 people in that home and really 6 people live there. And with the absence of any more specific demographic or population data, we've chosen to get as close to perfect science as available.
Okay, thank you very much, Jasmine, and I appreciate your presentation. It was very informative.
If I might, going back to your first question regarding the direct use meters, the Aqua Working Group has been discussing this. I believe it is the state's desire that there be 2 meters, one for indoor and one for outdoor. That would be ideal. But they do understand, has been conveyed through Aqua, that the cost of doing that is probably prohibitive for most districts. So what they're discussing is something called in lieu of technologies that would be able to, districts would be able to use to calculate the outdoor component. What those are specifically are still being discussed.
They're imaginary at this point.
Sure. If I may jump in really fast, I just want to make sure it stays clear that the in lieu technologies, Don, that you're mentioning is very correct. This is within the CII sector, not necessarily applying to residential consumption. So the direct metering, so the dedicated irrigation meters for CII parcels, it is very much the intent of the state to, at the end of the day, they would like everyone to have, all CII parcels to have dedicated irrigation meters and a separate indoor consumption meter for those parcels after. We won't get into all the reasons why, but that's the intent down the line. And yes, the in lieu technologies that apply to CII parcels that meet or exceed an irrigation threshold but have mixed use meters on there is just another component into why there's so much analysis that needs to be done so informed decision making can be made. And that's within the work that we will continue to do together. But I just want to make sure that didn't get confused that at the residential level. At this point, the state, it is not my understanding the state is looking to sub-meter residential parcels, very much so at a CII level.
A question on that topic. Again, I don't know if it's fair to ask you this or not, but I had heard that there is an assembly bill that's making its way through the process that would require all new residential construction to be outfitted with separate meters. Have you any insight on that?
I do know of legislation that's being considered, and I don't think that I have enough information to comment too much on there. Okay. One component though that is important to bring up is IMWELO compliant landscapes is something that does make its way into this legislation. It does make its way into the CII parcels. So where that overlaps, because under new construction and the consideration for IMWELO compliance brings down the weather factors are ratcheted down considerably, and they do require outdoor dedicated meters. Okay. There's some gray area in there that I don't feel prepared to speak to, but there's some intricacies in there within the IMWELO compliance.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions for Jasmine before?
Yeah, Jasmine, what's the fine for non-compliance?
It's up to $10,000 a day.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. No problem.
That's the next section.
Okay, if there's no other questions for Jasmine, then I suggest we let her off the hook. And we'll continue our discussions. A question for Jasmine?
Yes. Okay.
Public
Mike
comment.
Neal. So this is a technical question on the imaging. I think I heard the word multi-band or tri-band in the imaging that was done. What is more specifically I'm wondering about is you have a number of people and even more coming down the pipe that are going to be putting in fake grass, astroturf, whatever you want to call it. That's going to be look like grass unless you've got imaging that distinguishes. Is that the case?
That is another great question. So the imagery that we use for the analysis is actually considered a 4-band imagery processing. So it has RGB, red, green, blue imagery, and a 4th near infrared band that's a sensor that's on the actual camera equipment, which allows us to harvest reflectance data and moisture indexes from the ground. And that specifically is where we're able to begin to determine, it's critical in our methodology and process, where we can not only distinguish between different types of landscapes, but very specifically the reflectance that comes off of natural turf grass and any artificial turf at all. It comes through in those data points.
Okay, and one more just struck me here. Is it able to distinguish between the desert friendly type landscape, like the trees that don't use much water, but they're still trees?
Yes, so the process in there, the 3 classifications, for example, with the residential component, the irrigable, irrigated, then the second classification of what's considered irrigable, not currently irrigated, and then not irrigable land. The irrigable, not currently irrigated land shows, it has about 27 subcategories under that, and that shows any land that possibly has been irrigated or is being prepared for irrigation, and that fine line comes right up to where there are natural lands and tree canopy very specifically, and natural vegetation that is nearing irrigated areas but are not being irrigated through potable or recycled water, but just purely from natural rainfall. That is part of the process, and between all of us here, one of the hardest parts. But yes, that is something that's been looked at and reviewed for years upon years with stakeholders and at the state level as well to determine those areas.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Jasmine gets an early release from the board. Thank you very much for the briefing. It's very interesting. I'm sure we're going to have extended discussion on related matters, but I think we've exhausted our questions for you, Jasmine. So if you'd like to sign off, you're welcome. If, on the other hand, you'd like to stay with us, you're certainly welcome to do that as well.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time. And if there's ever any questions, send them my way. I'm happy to be helpful in any way I can. I just want to recognize that I understand the frustration that many water agencies are feeling. I just want to recognize that here in front of the board. I sit in a very interesting and unique place in that give my best consultation to the state and work as a support to all the water agencies, and in a moment where all the water districts will have to comply, and to do that in an efficient way within the resources of each of the agencies. Just happy to help in any way that I can support everybody. I understand how difficult of a moment this is, how difficult of an undertaking it is, and whether you agree or not, it's something that happy to help with.
Yeah, thank you again.
I'd like to request that we discuss A5 next in order to keep our thoughts together. Plus, as I mentioned earlier, I may need to depart early.
Yep, and that's certainly an area that you had expressed interest in, and I see there's a lot of energy around the table to discuss this. In the interest of trying to optimize the time that we have, I would just ask if you think about what you want to ask, but do so in a way that you can more succinctly express your concerns so we can get the discussion moving forward.
So I do have a comment.
I'm next. Never going this way. He's already commented. I'm just kidding.
It's not going that way.
That's okay.
I have a whole page of them, but this isn't the place to discuss them. But we really do need to think about what our strategy will be to comply with this law. So the $10,000 per day fine works out to about $25 a month extra for our ratepayers. And that may end up, since it's $3,650,000 a year in fines, the effort to comply, I can imagine, will grossly exceed that cost.
3 million.
3 million? What did I say? Yeah, sorry, that's $3,650,000. So we have to talk about a strategy of how to approach this. And it is possible, and we must resign ourselves to the fact that it might be more efficient use of our customers' money to just allow the state to fine us every year and hope that our water conservation efforts eventually bring us down underneath the state's mandates. But when they have when they forced residential and irrigation meters on everyone, which is probably their intent, then we have another problem, because then they will fine you for exceeding your interior water usage and then fine you for exceeding your exterior water usage. So it is the cleverest way of lowering the water usage I've ever seen, because it ultimately lowers the population dramatically, which has already begun. We've lost congressional seats, and 800,000 people have decided to leave this state. And that's all I have to say.
So worthy thing to think about, but just as to allow Dawn to mention, again, the staff has taken steps in advance of this requirement to make a commitment with this group to give us the data that we need to report. So I'm assuming that the contract we have with Jasmine at this moment will produce this product.
Right.
But we know what the cost is, so what?
Right, and I would just suggest that if you choose to go that route with noncompliance, I would venture to guess that we would not be eligible for grant funding or state revolving funds.
There are hammers that they can use. But what's the current, so we've made an investment, and so what's our annual projected cost for compliance?
Just for this Eagle Aerials?
Yes, and I'm assuming this product, as she briefed it, sounded like it's going to provide the data that the state is requiring to address this issue.
And assist with the reporting, and it's $33,000 a year, and we had to sign up for 3 years.
Right.
Yes.
That's not the only cost of compliance with the regulation. It's possible that we would fall inside their compliance limits right now, absolutely, because we live in a desert and our customers are doing an amazing job saving water. But it may not just be you decided not to comply, it is also that it might be impossible to comply with this regulation.
Good point.
It does not sound as if they've thought this through thoroughly. And in the case where it is impossible to comply, then we need to be ready to face that as a budgetary issue.
I would think with any legislation like this, I think generally as long as you're showing what you're doing and you're making progress, that they will work with you.
Do they say that anywhere in the legislation?
Well, from experience, when the previous drought from 2012 to 2016, we were given a 35% conservation target, which was very unrealistic. We didn't make it the first month. I had to go before the state board and explain why. And they gave us corrective actions that we needed to take action on, which we did. We had to report monthly on those actions, but they worked with us. And I would think that something like this, as long as you're making an effort, you're showing progress, that the state would work with you. I can't imagine they're just going to fine you from day one. As long as you have a plan, you're implementing the plan, you're making progress, I think they would work with us.
I appreciate your optimism. You may in fact be right, but it may ultimately be impossible to meet the requirements of the state, even after a decade of working diligently towards that. 42 gallons a person per day?
And I just don't see how they're gonna, how they can regulate how many people are in a household. And then I know, but then to find, we're gonna pick out, by this report, we're gonna pick out the high users, and we're gonna take an assessment and average that there's 4 or 6 people living in the house off of census data. But what we're looking at here is, at my house, any given day, there could be 12 people, 14 people taking a shower at my house, because we have an Airbnb that we pay Kern County tax to have an occupancy. And there's a lot of that going on in this town right now, because we have everybody here working. So we're gonna say this person's a water waster, and maybe they're not. And so I just feel that this is a huge, if you can take that data that they're looking at, and call me a doomist or whatever you want to, but if they can see the moisture in the ground from their 4D, images, they can see where you're standing at in your house and where your bathroom, your shower, and everything else is, and I just disagree with that. Sorry. So I'm against using that type of imaging.
Okay, and just for clarification, I think she mentioned it, but I'll point it out for her case. This is a static image, and it's
I
collected
understand,
once a
but it's
year,
still
so
your
it's,
household.
yeah.
It's
But it's not something that they're doing, it's something that the state's already doing. So it's a product that she's not producing, but they're able to use them. And I fully get what you're saying, because I know when they take the picture, it's gonna be when I'm doing something I'm not supposed to be doing outside. Sorry.
Okay,
You might want to put a roof over the spa.
a lead roof. May I?
Mr. Vice President.
I'm only gonna say, Big Brother once, which I just did. I'm only gonna say unfunded mandate once, which I just did now. But I do want to make a comment. Director St. Amand, I mean, I think you finally hit the nail on the head that I don't expect that we're not gonna report.
No, of course we'll report.
We'll report. I just expect that's gonna be near impossible to meet what the state is setting. I just don't see it happening.
I agree.
I mean, I can use my own example of 2 people in the house and what it's doing gallons per day. I think the state was very smart. I'm sure that Jasmine's company, there's some great enterprises that are coming out of this new mandate that are gonna get very, very rich very quick. But I, you know, everything from separate meters. Think of the cost I mean, you're already paying a fixed rate on meters. Now you'll be paying a fixed rate on 2 meters.
Right.
I mean, it just has so many consequences that are going to be unintended here. And don't forget that the water district doesn't have the policing authority.
That's
If
correct.
you're using too much, I can't go and shut your water off.
Right.
But I can tell your neighbor, and maybe he'll get mad at you or something. I don't know. And keep in mind, Chuck, that even though this information, that's why I asked it, is by parcel, the district is only reporting its total usage. It's not reporting parcel usage. So what the state is using is total usage. So as I wrote here, is that you know, just add this to the unfunded. Oh, I said unfunded mandates. You have arsenic, you have the GA, and now you have this. And I think our ratepayers need to understand that these are costs that we got to pass to the ratepayer. And as when they look at our rate studies and see these, they say, oh my gosh, but these are costs. And so in my mind, that if this is going to happen, like we think it's going to happen, that this rate study we just went through might have to be repeated in a year or so, instead of 3 years, to include all these additional costs. Because this is not small. And I wrote here cost, fines. You know, I'm not sure what else to say, but it all boils down to the ratepayer. And, you know, $25 a month. I mean, when this first came down, back when I was actually running for office, someone asked me about it. And they said, well, what would be the fine, you know, for me if the district can't meet his, it was still $10,000 a day. I said, oh, about $25 a month. She goes, I gladly pay that. Because who's gonna come to my house and tell me with my 4 kids, I can't use this much water?
Right, we cannot enforce it at the house by
Right.
house level. That's just outside of our abilities. We
But
can
I
report
wouldn't-
what we're doing, and we ought to, but if we do have to face fines, we need to have the fines as listed as a separate line item on everyone's bill so they know where the money is going.
Don't put it so past the state that they won't require us to do policing.
Well,
And in the long run.
Yeah,
well,
So those are things we need to watch for. But this goes into the discussion that we already had about potential strategic planning. So everything we're talking here needs to go into that plan.
Right. Okay.
Because I foresee a huge additional cost to the water district, not just implementing this, but you know, handling the fines and noncompliance.
thank you for that.
I would like to ask whether or not, I mean, my understanding is we can't place fines on people for excessive water. Is that correct?
Well, we have a landscape ordinance that after they violate the ordinance so many times, then we do actually impose a monetary fine. So while we do not have police powers, we do have some enforcement mechanisms that we can utilize.
Okay, but from Prop 218, it seems to me still limits what we can do in terms of making certain people pay more than others, and I'm not even sure. Did the state give us that police power in terms of landscape fines? Or did we just take that on our own?
It's in the enabling legislation as, you know, one of the, I don't know how expressly it's stated versus implied, but it's in the enabling legislation.
Yeah, there's legislation that expressly gives the district the power to fine under the circumstances.
You just do it as an ordinance where you have to publish, and if it's negative penalties, then generally you're going with the ordinance, but certainly you have that authority.
Okay. Now, we've been talking about a $10,000 fine. My understanding is that was the maximum fine that we could be fined, and that would go for population areas or urban water agencies of 100, 200, or 1 million people. Do we really expect that a water agency with 30,000 people would be fined $10,000 a day?
Yes.
Did you really expect to be limited to 42 gallons per day? I mean, I don't know. I mean, the things that are going down there, generally the way a fine, it's up to $10,000 a day. You know, if there was some rational people making a decision, again, not an assumption I would make, then you think that they would fine a metropolitan water district more commensurate with the number of customers they have. But, you know, in terms of just reading the statute, up to $10,000 a day, and it doesn't exclude the water district from that fine.
So I've just a point of order. Recall that these items that made it onto our list were intended to be discussed, and we've had a nice discussion on this. But the end result of that is for us to set together a plan of what we're going to do about it. And so that we've got something to track during the year to see that we're making progress towards resolving this issue. Two things I've heard that might fit into that plan on this topic. One is the engagement of Aqua. Aqua is, I think Dawn is engaging with Aqua and their attempts to push back on some of these items and make them more rational, at least make Aqua or make the state authorities understand the complexities of what they're asking the various water districts to do. I think that's already underway, and maybe there's something else that we could add to that. But the other thing that was mentioned was considering this during our strategic planning efforts as a specific item, that we could further develop the actual plan or activities addressing this thing into the future. Are there other ideas that might fit into a plan of attack on this that the directors would like to bring forward?
I'm satisfied that item A5 has given all the directors opportunities to vent their spleens and ready to move on to the next topic.
I have one question real quick. Could the adjudication, I understand that we're being told that being regulated by the groundwater authority is not enough, but if this basin is adjudicated, would that not overrule this if we were given an allotment of how much water we could use? And as long as the district stayed in that allotment, we would be meeting the requirements of a court.
I think my guess is they would just say that you could increase your population to encompass that allotment.
Okay.
That's my guess.
I think that's right. All that you would establish that presumably perhaps you have a larger water supply than originally thought. And so now you've got more room to grow, or you're collecting less replenishment fees, but that's not going to get out of this grip here.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, then.
Good question.
Mr. Neal.
Yes, Mike Neal. So a couple of observations here. I'm surprised to find myself being beat out on the area of personal freedom by Mr. Griffin, but he's doing that because I had already advocated for scanning the area for landscape areas that have grass, but with the caveat that the district go to the state and say, look, you've got this heavy requirements for us. We need some good funding, some attractive funding to get these people to go xeriscape and get rid of the grass, and with the potential of a lot of, decrease in water use. That said, the current law that we're all rightly bellyaching about is so impossible to meet that you're gonna get something come down on your head one way or the other. I calculated 55 gallons a day per 2.4 person household, and it comes to less than 600 cubic feet a month. We got a tier 1 allocation currently of 9, and I've looked at my own usage, and I'm like, just the two of us are having trouble staying under 9. So chopping it down to 5, and like we were literally talking, all the things that have been mentioned, 2 showers a week and so forth. I mean, I've seen the state, I was looked at this water view thing, and they were talking about, well, we'll catch the water coming out of your tub faucet while you're waiting for the warm water to flow through, and put that somewhere and use it to flush your toilet or feed your water your pet. I don't know what. Anyway, it probably is overall the best idea, just to tell the state, look, we're doing the best we can. And you got, a new rate structure that's coming up that's very likely to push more people into, reducing their landscape and getting rid of grass and non-water efficient trees, shrubs, whatever, because it's going to, anybody that goes over, 20 or 21 HCF is going to start paying a lot of money for the water. And you already saw it happen when you change your tier structure in the past and raise people's rates a lot who are using a lot more water. So you got a natural mechanism already coming down the pipe. And, a year from now, you just tell the state, hey, this is the best we can do. And like you said, $10,000 a day, probably not going to happen. I mean, that would really make them get a big bunch of pushback, because they're gonna find, this district $10,000 a day. There's no justification for them finding some other smaller district, which you guarantee if they're going to go down that road, they're going to be finding a lot of them. They better find them all equitably, or they're going to get a boatload of lawsuits coming down the pipe saying, inequitable. You're hitting one guy hard just because you want to, and letting another guy off. So it looks, sounds to me like, from what I know that's going on here with current upcoming rate structures, that you're doing the best you can with what you got. And we've already apparently paid for the water, the surveillance system or whatever. So you know what you got, and you could pick through that and just have some reasonable conversations with people that are really high water users, and tell them and inform them, number one, because a lot of people, they go through life and they don't know what's going on until they get the bill. And then it's like, what? Why am I paying this much? What? They're going to get the new bills, the guys that are using a lot of water. And that's time to go talk to them and say, well, it's what it is. And so here's what we could do to help you reduce your water use and, get those high water users to chop it down some. And then you say, what are you supposed to do? Say, well, the state passed a law, said we all need to grow wings and start to fly because we don't like roads anymore. Well, you can't do that. Well, this kind of thing that we were talking about here is a no-go either. So, do the best you can and tell the state, sorry, well, you tell us what you want us to do. Tell us how to make it happen, because we're doing all we can.
Thanks for your encouragement, Mike. Another process check here. We have a couple items left for discussion. Mr. Krieger is
5 minutes.
has a he's got a 11:30 conflict.
Yes.
Oh shoot, I'm thinking it was noon. Okay, well, Chuck, give us what you can in the time that you have on item number A4, please.
Oh, sure. Well, I was really expecting to kind of answer any questions that you guys might have had. The staff has been involved with the corrosion consultant who was out in the last couple of weeks and did a preliminary analysis. And I think it's best if Renee reports on that. I just wanted to kind of describe to everybody this pipe, the pipe structural configuration. This is a cement mortar line, 1/2 inch of cement mortar lining on the inside, and cement mortar coated, 3/4 of an inch of cement on the outside. Steel cylinder pipe. The steel cylinder itself is 10 gauge, so it's only about 1/8 of an inch thick. The steel is really there as the water barrier for the pipe, and the the cement lining and coating are there for strength and for creating an environment that precludes or at least really slows down corrosion of the steel. And it appears that what happened in this particular case was that there were some cracks in the coating that allowed the steel to be exposed and not protected by the cement mortar coating against the effects of corrosion. So I just thought that was an important consideration, recognizing that it's not a real big, thick piece of steel that was corroded. It was a thin one, which kind of makes the timeline come to question, right? Because I think 10-gauge steel or 8-inch thick steel can corrode pretty quickly. That pipe was put in 30 years ago. So it's hard to say how long it's been going on or what the precise causes are. That was the real thing that I wanted to point out.
Okay, I suspect we're going to be interested in having more conversation than this. And I know you have a conflict, Chuck, so we won't hold you. We'll make a suggestion to bring this up in a future board meeting for a more detailed discussion.
Yeah, this communication and the one that was on Monday's update answered most of my questions.
Okay, it
about
did.
this section. So as far as I'm concerned, this is sufficient.
Okay. My only additional comment would be, since we don't really know what happened, it does appear that there was some damage from something that caused the concrete to crack and then get the steel exposed. It'd be nice if we had some way of determining, in a similar earth environment, how quickly that corrosion happened. It's almost like if we did a test, I'm not sure how we would do it, but try to repeat the conditions under which this corrosion happened, so maybe we could put a timeline on it. Could it have been the earthquake? Or having said all that, that's one way to go on this, but the other question it brought to mind, we have a 30-year-old pipe that created or had a problem. We don't know exactly why it had this problem, but we have determined what happened, but we don't know why. But what about our other 30-year-old pipes in our system? We've got a lot of aging infrastructure, and I know we've got some projects that are lined up for replacement. It sounds like we might need to put a little bit more attention on assessment of our system in the upcoming years.
Which we are doing. We have plans with Far West, and we've looked at another company to do some investigative testing of our Bowman Springer lines as well. They were, 15 years and 20 years, something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. That time frame is for what? When they were put in?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Springer line was put in 06, so it's fairly new.
Okay.
And the Bowman line was put in like 2000, I believe.
So, yeah, this incident has caused us to
Yeah.
take a look at those pipes to make sure that they're still the structural integrity is still intact.
Awesome, thank you.
We plan to have those Far West to come back and test those pipelines also, just most likely be the next fiscal year before we can afford to do that. But by the next P&E meeting and for sure by the next board meeting, we should have that first report from Far West on the testing they completed last week.
Awesome, all right, very good, thank you. That addresses all my issues and concerns. Others from the directors? Okay, well, we will move on to, let's see, where are we? I guess the only remaining one now is A3, construction meter fees. And this was submitted by Director Griffin.
Yeah, I brought this up. I know when we had our meeting on the Prop 218 that we discussed this, and I wanted to bring it back up today because it's not subjected to Prop 218. And I know that we had discussed if there was a change in the allocation, that would be something that we disagreed with because of the prop. But what I would like to do is see the fee removed and change to what the bulk water haulers pay, because I don't see any difference. We're providing a meter to where they have the potential to go get water, but like in my instance, I did not use my meter since October, but yet I paid $500 and then again, additional $75 for not getting it read in November. So it's very expensive for contractors to have a meter if they do need the meter on a weekend or something. So it's not feasible for a contractor to come in and pick one up if they've got to do something on a weekend. We're not open, and pay a fee, put a check down. The monthly fee is not bad, but when it's the cost of a 2-inch meter, I disagree with that. So that's my opinion.
So for discussion, I completely agree. It makes perfect sense, what you're proposing. I don't know the legality of it. We can ask Jim for a weigh in on that. The other item that you had mentioned as a possible solution to this was exploring the use of recycled water as well.
Yes.
But I'm not sure how well, I'm encouraged by that as well. I just don't know how we would fill up your trucks.
I brought it up several times, and each time the city has said, no, we can't because the water needs to be treated to the next level. They currently use it to water alfalfa. And so it was my assumption, which I was wrong, that if we put a fill stand out there, we could use that as an optional source for events such as the Grand Prix and stuff. Because I think that's gonna be very unaffordable in the future with the current rates. And so I talked to Ron Strand, and he said that it would require more treatment.
Okay, so it's a city.
But I think we should still pursue that, because I think there's a lot of water that gets used for alfalfa out there that we could be using for other purposes.
Okay, but so the first step though that you would recommend is that we just explore the bulk water rate for
Yes,
construction.
charge a rate to have a meter, but charging the cost of a 2-inch meter when you don't have the allocation of a 2-inch meter, and it does not affect, we're not giving anything away. It's still charging for a meter, but not the cost of a 2-inch meter without an allocation.
Okay. Other comments, discussion?
Yes, actually, we were intending on going into a discussion of this at the Finance Committee during the workup to the rate study. It just slipped through the crack. But, it seems to me we've got two issues. One being the replenishment fee that concerned about how much water we pump, not how big our meters are. And two, we've got the state on our neck with water use. Again, they don't care how big our meters are or what we charge for them. So when there's an issue that comes up where the priority is charge for the water rather than the meter, my feeling is that the meter should take a back seat, and the charge should be for water, which is what we're trying to conserve. And the meter is not an issue in my mind. What we need to do is conserve water, not conserve meters. So, and obviously our commodity that we're selling is water, not meters. So I would totally agree with what Chuck is saying.
And I have one more question for staff. What would it cost to put where they could be read electronically and remotely, just like their home meters? Would that not be beneficial for the district and for the contractors?
To run it as an AMI type meter. I think the issue has been is the actual AMI registers are more prone to accidental damage.
Not being.
Yeah, they don't hold up as well as the manual
What would
ones.
it cost? What do they cost?
I can't remember offhand. I think it's around $140 per register.
Okay.
And the
Because
2-inch ones may be
like in
bigger,
my case,
more.
it would be cheaper for me to pay that. I mean, and some of us would be willing to do that if we could put it on there and actually get the usage that we were being done and not being charged the $75 to turn it in each month. Because our hours are different than the water districts. I mean, we're out on the base and we're working, and we're not off at 4:30 or 4 o'clock. Or
Yeah,
5 o'clock.
maybe we can look at increasing the deposit to cover if a register's damaged.
That's what I was thinking. It might be better for everybody because then we know what the usage is.
Yeah, let me circle around with.
Get a bill.
Let me circle around with field services and
Okay.
have that discussion.
Jim, did you have any comments of the legality of bulk rate versus?
Just reiterate the question one more time, Chuck. The the legality of, I mean, we've already got the proposed structure for the construction meters included within the rate study. And while it may not be subject to Prop 218, I believe it's a miscellaneous fee that also has notice requirements, just not as stringent as Prop 218. So with that said, what is your question?
I would just like to see the fee changed from the size of the meter
Well,
because there's not an allocation like there is with the 2-inch meter, which we said would reduce the allocation for the customer, so I understood that. So if the fee is charged the same as the bulk water haulers, it would be no different than what they're doing. They're getting provided a meter, a place to haul water from, the same as a construction meter. They're not paying the cost of a 1-inch meter, a 2-inch meter, or even a 3/4-inch meter. They're getting charged a convenience fee plus the usage on the water.
I mean, really, it's not so much illegal as it is probably a consultant question, and that is, you know, can this be handled while still, you know, meeting the proviso, you know, charging for the cost of providing the service. So I think it's really more hands-on technical or consultant, and Ty could give you a better, more confident answer after he spoke with Mark than I would.
A question.
Yeah, please.
Could they self-report, Ty? Could they call in a number and self-report that gets adjusted when they finally do bring the meter in, whether it be too high or too low?
They could, but I think I'd prefer, if we can, to do the AMI register, because
Okay,
then we can also track if there's backflow or whatnot on it.
okay.
You can track everything. It's
And
100% trackable if you do AMI.
the other
What
question,
we can look at as far as what the monthly versus consumption on the construction meter is, maybe on that one, we can actually adjust the percentage of the charge. You know, right now we're at a 60/40 for normal meters. Maybe that's something we can look at with the construction, is lower that fixed cost percentage down.
could a contractor become a bulk water hauler?
Could they?
Yeah,
I guess if they want to fill up.
if they want to drive all that way to do it,
Fill up the same spot.
Yeah.
it's fill up the same spot. Okay, just asking, thanks.
But yeah, we'll talk to the consultant about how we can.
Okay.
Is there any reason why they couldn't just take their phone and take a picture of the meter and send it in and maybe once a year bring the actual meter in to verify that all those 12 pictures are accurate?
I believe we do allow that, right?
No,
We don't currently.
Picture?
we do not. I tried that, and that's why I got fined. So if,
No,
I think the AMI is the way to do it,
I
Stan.
would
If we can
agree.
do the AMI, it's $140. It's a benefit to the district because it's gonna show exactly what's getting ran through that meter. If the meter gets put on the side of the truck and it spins backwards or something happens, it shows that, and it's gonna always show the usage that was there. And so it's a perfect way to track exactly what's being used. And then it's a digital, nobody's responsible for coming into an office and doing it, it's all handled. And there's an exact number, you get an exact bill, and you know exactly where it was at.
It saves us personnel time.
Absolutely.
So we've got an action plan here to look into and get back with the construction folks. Okay, awesome. We're on to I think we've gone through all of our workshop issues, goals, and priorities. We're on staff goals. Oops, turn that over to our general manager. General manager.
Okay, well, first we'll go through the accomplishments this past year, 2022. So it should be in your packet. First up is conservation, and the first goal was to meet or exceed our 20% reduction in consumption compared to the 2013 year. That was something that the board voted on in June of 2016, that we would adopt a voluntary 20% conservation rate. And I do report on this monthly. As of the end of December, the end of the year, we were at 23.6% cumulative since that target was adopted. Next one, stay engaged with Aqua and the State Water Resources Control Board as the indoor and outdoor components of the district's conservation targets are considered and adopted by the State Water Resources Control Board. We've discussed that. It's ongoing. I did make an update that on October 28th, Department of Water Resources transmitted their full recommendation package of 21 reports. Aqua's expressed concerns that the standards are infeasible, will have unintended consequences, and that suppliers will have limited authority due to dependence on customer behaviors. Formal rulemaking is scheduled for February-March timeframe. There will be a 45-day comment period, and then targeting the end of the year for adoption. As Jasmine mentioned earlier, the water use objectives are expected to go into effect January 1st, 2024. And we have been participating in the various water use efficiency work groups with Aqua, and we continue to do that. There was the lull toward the end of the year where they weren't meeting regularly. They now are meeting regularly once again. Individual work groups meet monthly, and then quarterly there's a meeting where all the work groups come and kind of report their progress in one meeting. I think it's important that we continue to stay engaged with those discussions because Aqua does provide some very good comments on some of these regulations that are coming down the pipe from the State Water Board. And the State Water Board has taken into consideration some of the comments and adjusted some of their reporting requirements accordingly. Explore opportunities for additional grant funding in support of conservation programs. We did look this past year at a couple programs that one of them in particular, the minimum request was over $7 million. And then of course there was a 50% match of that grant, which is something, first of all, I don't know that we could spend $7 million on turf replacement. And secondly, it'd be a pretty good reach for us to finance $3.5 million for one project like that. But we continue to do that. We're registered with grants.gov, so we do get notices, and we'll evaluate them as they come up. Capital improvements is next. Renee has that one.
There's one item in there that was completed last year, which is that bulk water station, ADA compliance upgrades. Everything else is ongoing, and I think I'll just wait till 2023. We get to those, and I'll just give you the latest on them.
Finance.
Yeah, the GASB 87 implementation for lease accounting was completed in October. The small meter modernization, to date, we have had 2,211 meters replaced. So we continue that effort. Migration to Springbrook, or migration of Springbrook to the cloud, that's been ongoing. We've run into a couple hiccups, so it's currently set to go live in the middle of February as long as all the problems we're having have been resolved. The unclaimed check policy, that is with the attorney for review. That was sent over in, I think, August. Review of the vehicle replacement policy and plan, that had been put on hold due to the change in staffing for the warehouse administrator, so we're hoping to get that done next year or this year. And the capital project budget process and forms, that is in progress but not completed yet.
Okay, we have a couple items. Let's see. The temporary pavement replacement, is a yearly thing that we do. We completed our last contract with OnStot in June, closed it out, and we went out to bid again last fall. And we had Eric OnStot Construction again get that contract. So, and they've started working on the new list. Our 2020 general plan was completed last year and adopted by the board in June. Other things are ongoing, which we'll talk about again here when we talk about 2023.
As you guys know, the SCADA was upgraded last year and accepted by the board on May 9th. It's been a welcome improvement to the system, allowing us far more functionality within the SCADA system. Along with that, we also replaced the site security hardware. Another completion is the rebuilding and replacement of chemical pumps at the arsenic plants. And the migration of the GIS server to in-house was completed in July. And as Renee said, there's a lot of ongoing things, and we'll discuss those more when we get to the 2023 goals.
Okay, we'll go through this in the interest of time rather quickly. Hire and onboard a new general manager. That was originally targeted for March of last year. As you know, we're going back out, and we've hired an interim general manager. So you'll see that as a new goal for 2023. Injury-free, I should say 2022. And we did have an injury-free 2022, but I'll update that the next for 2023. The COVID, that's ongoing. I mean, we seem to have settled down. As I mentioned there, we did have office closures, including earlier this year. We reopened on February 7th, and we've stayed open. We do continue to monitor any directives that come from the Department of Public Health. But hopefully things have settled down, and we're all good there. Salary survey, that was completed for this last year, and adjustments were made. New memorandum of understanding for 3 years was approved earlier this year by the board and the employee group, so we're good for another 3 years. The CSD District of Distinction and Certificate of Transparency, and I apologize for the spelling there, but the current certificates both expired in 2022. They've both been renewed, and again, we've continued to qualify for both those awards since 2015 on the District of Distinction and 2013 on the Transparency. So that's something that we do put a lot of value in. I think it's very important that we keep those certificates current. Build relationships with stakeholders at all levels. I do meet regularly with the city manager every other month and more frequently if need be. As a district, we do maintain membership in the Chamber of Commerce. At a personal level, I did term out on the executive board of the hospital, but I remain on the corporate board. And I am serving currently as a treasurer for the Indian Wells Valley Economic Development Corporation. Continued engagement and participation in IWVWD and the implementation of the GSP. As you know, we no longer participate on the Technical Advisory Committee, but we do participate in the Policy Advisory Committee. We do support the Water Resources Manager and the GA team. When documents come out, we do review and submit comments. We just submitted comments, as I said, in the weekly update on the annual 2022 Water Year Annual Report. Collaborative effort between Tim Parker, Chuck Krieger, Dave Scriven, Jim Worth, and myself. Stay active in Aqua with the goal of achieving the Region 7 Outstanding Outreach Efforts Award. And we did get that award. And Director Boyd picked it up and brought it back, and it's on proud display in our customer service area. So we did accomplish that goal. The active outreach program, keeping customers informed. We have engaged with Providence Strategic Consulting for assistance, especially with social media. We contribute articles and things for them to post on our Facebook page. They actually do the posting, but we provide the content. And I think we've seen growth in activity on the Facebook page, as well as our Twitter account, which had been pretty inactive when we were managing it ourselves. I think we had 3 people that followed us. I think we're up to a couple hundred now on Twitter. So there's improvement there. We do keep our website up to date. And we did participate in a couple of shows, the annual Home and Leisure Show in March and the Petroglyph Festival in November. And additionally, we do get requests for speakers occasionally to civic groups. And I did speak to the Rotary Club on July 20th. Assess staffing responsibilities to ensure effectiveness of the organization. We do offer cross-training opportunities to make sure that we have some backup for most of our key functions. We didn't do a formal assessment during the last year, but I think it's helped bring onboarding the people we did, especially with IT, having Mr. Camp back there come on board with us, and having Jason with his skill set. So I think we're good in that regard. We did have somebody go through certification for welding, so that gives us a person that we were lacking after retirement. Let's see, where are we? Ensure all required training, including sexual harassment training and ethics training, is current. We did get that. That's taken care of it. I guess it's required again in 2023, so that's one of our goals. But for this last year, we're all current and covered. Yes. In 2023, the board will have to go through that training as well, yes. And Lauren will make sure that you know about it and that you comply. Last one, the quarterly report, columns by the general manager. I did submit quarterly columns, and you can see the ones that I submitted, and so that was completed. Long-term planning, the Brackish Water Resource Study. It's still ongoing. In fact, we've requested a couple extensions. The first was from December of 2022 to March 30th of 2023. There's still some work that needs to be done, so we did apply for an amendment to the agreement to extend that study deadline to December 30th of 2023, and that was approved. And I mention this every week in the weekly update, so I'm not going to read the comments, but it's an ongoing study. Again, I just want to emphasize, because it has been mentioned in the past, that brackish water treatment project is not feasible. Again, that was the conclusion just for the area where the aquifer test was conducted, and that particular area did not meet all the criteria for ideal location. We're limited in areas that we can do testing, particularly, as we know, much of the brackish water is within the boundaries of the Naval Weapons Center, and we don't have access to that area at this point in time. So, given that, we chose the best place we could, and the results weren't encouraging. But that does not mean that can't come to the conclusion that the brackish water treatment project is not feasible. Basin groundwater storage study is ongoing. We did not complete it during the year. As I said, it's ongoing. There's that involved acquiring old seismic lines, reprocessing them. Most of that's been completed. The final report is still in being finalized. So that'll be a carryover onto this current year's goal. The recycled water project, of course, that's ongoing. Krieger and Stewart is involved in that working group to, first of all, determine the best project, which they've come to the conclusion that deep well injection is the best project, and they are still working on details of that. And Chuck, I wish he was on, but we can get an update from him at the board meeting. Alternative available to meet the district's current and future pumping needs. Not really any progress on the El Paso exploration. What else we got here? Progress has been slow in reaching agreement with the Groundwater Authority. We haven't had any discussions with the Groundwater Authority further that I'm aware of with regard to making progress on getting an allocation from that water from the treatment plant. The assets in Inyo County belong to the district. Again, the Stein property, we've had a couple companies approach us, a couple of solar companies approach us about potentially leasing the land or purchasing it. and neither one of those really worked out. The standstill agreement with COSO elected not to renew that. It expired at the end of this last year. They did not renew it. However, we did renew the lease for Mr. Summers to continue his farming operation for another 2 years. And so that was completed. I think that's it for 2022. Move on to 2023. And you'll see some of these are carryovers. They're continuous goals. Of course, the 20% reduction, we continue with that. There has been that additional requirement from the governor to have a 15% reduction compared to the same month in 2020. We have not met that goal on any month since he put out that executive order in June. But again, as I said in one of the previous board meetings, that I think we've seen some very significant conservation efforts from our customers over the last few years. And so expecting another 15% may be something that is not within our reach. I think the closest we've come is around 8%. But we do continue to have that goal. And as I said, reported at the end of last year, we're at 23.6%, well above our goal of 20%. Again, this is a carryover, staying engaged with Aqua and the State Water Board on the legislation. And again, I won't read that because we've talked about that. We are, as you heard during this meeting, we've engaged with the Eagle Aerial to assist with us in the compliance with the commercial, institutional, and industrial, and also with overall complying with the allocation targets we're going to be given by the state for overall district usage. And we will continue to stay engaged with the working groups, the various working groups within Aqua, to stay up with commenting on any legislation that comes down. I will mention one thing, I meant to mention this earlier, but January 1st, the Division of Drinking Water from the State Water Board, and did this without any input from, or any comment or review by Aqua or water agencies, issued a drought report. This is a new report that we have to comply with. You can see how thick it is. Aqua's not very happy that this came out without any input or review by water agencies. It's a very extensive report, and depending on your status as determined by the state, the reporting frequency can be weekly, monthly, or quarterly. At a minimum, it's going to be quarterly. That's probably coming. Don't suggest it. Fortunately, the reporting, as you know, we report and have reported for many years our monthly conservation numbers. Beginning in June, we had to submit a short report, abbreviated report, by the 1st of the month. The full report is due on the 28th of the month. But this is another report that some of it is redundant with that information that we already report. We currently report through what's called the Drink Portal, DRINC. They're transitioning over to what's called SAFER. This report will be filed in the under SAFER. And I've got the alert that this was something that was being implemented and required us to log in. So I set up an account, logged in, and when I checked the database, I found that we are considered not at risk, which puts us in the position where we have to just submit the report quarterly. So we have to compile the data monthly and then report it quarterly, which is kind of a relief, but you still have to compile it. Now, I will admit some of this information we gather anyway. We have it, it's available, but there's some that is not. You can see how thick this is. But they go into such detail as they want to know what wells you have, where the wells are located, the depth at which a pump is set. They want to know how many hours the well ran, the instantaneous level of water over the pump and when you took that, the time that you took it and date that you took it. It's, I really don't know what they're gonna do with all that data, especially when they get it from 400+ water agencies. I don't know what purpose, but the first report, we're actually supposed to start compiling this now, January, and then report it quarterly. The first quarterly report is due at the end of April of this year. I just wanted to bring this to your attention, just to kind of share just the frustration of the amount of data that we have to collect and submit to the state, and some of it, just the redundancy. So, another thing to comply with. Opportunities for grants, we'll continue to do that. We are registered with grants.gov, which gives us alerts to grant opportunities, so we'll continue to do that. Capital?
All right, so mainline construction projects, we did put off a couple of distribution line replacements here in town. And because of budget, we're continuing to put them off for a bit more. We have begun, though, the design for the Springer Avenue pipeline replacement from Mahan to College Heights Boulevard. We actually had a meeting about that yesterday, and the plan is to get that out to bid by the end of this fiscal year. The ongoing capital projects, the tanks and the booster station, are moving along. The booster station has a current contract completion date for May, but because of the delay in getting the pumps, they won't arrive until probably the end of April. Most likely it'll be July before it's completed. The tanks, though, may be completed ahead of schedule. Right now, they're expecting to be completed with all 3 tanks by September. And I believe the contract completion date is February of next year. So those are moving along. We're actually trying to get the new gateway tank, the first one, online here pretty soon, and starting to fill it up today. So that's the latest.
For finance, we added one item, which is the cost of service study. Of course, we've got the hearing scheduled for the 27th of February for the rates to be effective March 1st. Need to update for the migrating Springbrook to the cloud. We were scheduled to do that later this week, but as I said, it's been pushed to the middle of February. All the rest are carryovers from the previous year.
Okay, engineering. We did have a new contract awarded for temporary pavement replacement, and we haven't had any work done here in a little bit just because of the weather, but OnStock continues to work on that as they can. The land endowment, I changed the status of that to complete because honestly, we're not going to be able to make any progress on that until we have a project or projects that we can tie to that land and then establish the endowment at that time. They don't really have a process anymore for establishing a bank or an endowment ahead of time for future projects. So, but that land is there. It's already been established that it is habitat for tortoise and ground squirrel, and that we'll be able to use that for mitigation in the future. The next 2 items, drawings, specifications, procedures, all that kind of goes together, and I'm going to try to make a push to get that done. It's been on here for a while, and it really needs to be done, so I have been working on that.
So the repair of the 30-inch in-use current transmission line, as of yesterday, WECA is waiting for a final approval for the pipe submittal. It was approved this morning. Let me get up to the minute updates. So they estimate 6 to 8 weeks from that to begin installation and 4 weeks for the actual installation. So we're probably looking beginning of April before we are back in line. Well 17 switch gear, it's been needing to be replaced. I mean, it's still operational, but so it's been pushed to the future years for budgetary reasons. The FE pumps pulled and inspected on an annual basis. We did not do it last year due to decrease in usage at the plants, and it could be pushed back again because we're still not having plant 1 come online while we are in the process of trying to get the under drains replaced. Rebuild Bowman PRV for more everyday use. That will definitely be this next off season, considering it's been worked to death during this endocrine transmission line being done. Install atmosphere mag meters at all on all the lines for waste at the plants. That's ongoing. Implement new domain controllers in the server room and consolidate file servers. That's pending Springbrook mitigation to the cloud. Test emergency interties with Navy in Searles Valley. That is on an annual basis with Searles Valley. With the Navy, it depends on if they have their clay valve rebuilt or not. And that also goes to your question of can we get water from the Navy if we needed to during this intertie or during the endocrine line being down. I don't know. I've reached out to them and I haven't heard anything yet about the rebuild.
And we haven't tested that for 2 years.
And we have not.
Yeah. Mr. Kersey.
Installation of the automatic control valves for 33, 18, 30, and 31. The valves are installed at 18, 30, and 31, and the controls are installed. Wiring still needs to be done, and some building of vaults at the sites for installation of check valves also needs to be done. So that's an ongoing process. The media loss at the arsenic plants, again, it's pending the under drain replacement. We do have a quote. Not from Kelly, but we do have a quote from Pure Flow. And we'll be discussing it internally before bringing it to the board based on the amount of the quote. Upsizing the Springer Reservoir for solar, that's probably going to be this next off season or next fiscal year due to budgetary reasons. Rebuild the Ridgecrest Heights booster is in the works. It's part of the 3 projects that are the next 3 projects to be done, capital. And then rebuilding the clay valves, preventative maintenance. That's a yearly thing that we do that it's on here just to let you know that we keep in mind the clay valves and the importance they play in the operation of the district as a whole.
Okay, admin, hiring on board new general manager. Obviously, I put April on there. That was wishful thinking on my part. But,
I will say that just for status, that the ad is up and running for the new general manager, and there's been a lot of interest early on. I'm going to talk to Lauren about it, but we're hoping to try to publish in Aqua as well. But is the district a member? Yeah, so we'll talk to it afterwards. So it's proceeding nicely, moving forward. That's all.
Okay, as always, we always intend to have an injury-free year, which we intended to have this year, but of course, as I've reported earlier, we did have a recordable injury January 4th. That ended our streak at 622 days. We continue to do all the items on our safety program as mentioned in the comment section, so I won't read those. You can see those. It's, again, a continuing item. Hopefully no more injuries the rest of the year, and we just end up with just 1. Again, we kept COVID on there. It's ongoing because, of course, COVID is ongoing, especially during winter season. So we'll continue, again, to monitor the situation and respond accordingly. The salary survey, it's a requirement of our MOU that it's updated annually, and that is in progress right now. So we will have that done this year by the end of May. Continuing item, again, the relationships, continuing the meetings with the city manager, continuing the memberships that we're in, basically the same comment I made earlier. engagement with and participation with the Groundwater Authority. Pretty much the same comment. So again, in the interest of time, I won't read these, but if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them at the end. Staying active in Aqua for the outreach. I think once again, we'll have a goal to try and get that award. As you see, we've won it 7 of the past 10 years. And again, that you're dealing with over 60 competitors for that award. So I think the fact that we've gotten it 7 out of 10 years is remarkable. The outreach effort for customers, we continue with the Facebook page and working with Providence Strategic. And I will continue with our website updates. Continue any of the outreach opportunities. I'm assuming they're going to have the Home and Leisure Show again now that COVID is relaxed, and the Petroglyph Festival. So we'll certainly participate in those again. They're great opportunities, especially the Petroglyph Festival, not only for locals, but you get questions sometimes from people from out of town interested in what's going on locally. But it's a good opportunity to interact with customers, and we do get questions from customers about the Groundwater Authority, the fees, their bills, those sorts of things. Again, we'll continue to assess any shortfalls we have in terms of redundancy for key tasks. We'll continue to work on that. As I mentioned earlier, the required training for sexual harassment and ethics is this year, so you'll be getting notified about that. We certainly want to complete that by the end of the year. And this is probably more of a commitment for whoever is the new general manager to continue with the columns on a quarterly basis at least. Long-term planning goals, again, the brackish water study is a carryover with the completion date now of December 30th. I anticipate with what's left to do, we will very likely be done before then, but just to be safe, we did go to the end of the year with the amendment. Brackish Basin groundwater storage study, just again, that's in progress, continuing. You can read the comment there. Continuing to work on recycled water. Again, the discussions are ongoing. Krieger and Stewart is still involved. And again, continue to look at the deep well injection as the selected alternative. Future pumping needs. There's been some work in progress with future exploration of the El Paso Basin. We have talked about the fact that DWR provides technical services support for well drilling. There may be an opportunity for some additional exploration. As you know, the Groundwater Authority did, through the Technical Support Services Program, have one well drilled in the area. But again, it's an area that lacks the amount of information or the type of information that we really need to assess any potential for that area. So that's something we could look at. And opportunities in your county. Again, there's nothing active going on there. There is potential for solar there because there is some solar actually adjacent to our existing property. So that could be an area where solar could be one option if there's a party interested in doing it. But to date, nothing's worked out. So right now, again, we extended the lease for Mr. Summers to continue to farm. And that's all that's going on right now in your county.
Thank you. Comments? I only have one. What do we need to do to move forward with exploring the El Pasos? I think that's important and critical. So what do you feel our next step should be?
Well, I don't think we have a plan per se. And Tim, you're on the line. I know we have talked about possibly applying for grant funding through the Technical Support Services Program. And I think, it's been a while, but I think that there have been some potential locations that we've talked about. Is that correct, Tim?
Yes, we've identified some locations, and the Technical Support Services Program is open for business. They're continuing to accept applications. They do have a bit of a waiting list, but it's not a huge effort to put together a request. and we've already talked to DWR about it some time back, and they said that the district could apply in spite of the fact there's a GSA here. Obviously, it'd be good to get the GSA's support on it.
So what is your recommendation then? Tim, do we need to approach that with the groundwater authority first and get their support, or, because I would like to move forward with trying to apply for a grant for the water district to do some exploration.
I agree. We've been talking
Yeah,
about it
it's
for a
not
good long
really-
time.
It's not really a grant. It's a request to have their people come out and drill the well,
Okay.
drill the monitoring well.
Okay.
So, you know, I mean, we can approach that two different ways. One is to talk to the groundwater authority first, or another is to put together at least pieces of the application so that we can show them what we're talking about, and then get their input.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be the better way, is to actually take something to groundwater authority and show them what we're proposing and give them the opportunity to perhaps make the application. If they choose not to, then as a water agency, a water provider, we're eligible to apply. But again, as Tim said, I think it'd be preferable if we work through the groundwater authority first.
I agree. I think that would be a good step to show that we want to work together with them and show that we want to put the initiative out. And I really don't see why the groundwater authority would not want to be a part of it, because if we could do some research and we could prove some stuff, let's do it.
Give them the opportunity to work with us, but, you know, quite frankly, if they don't show enthusiasm and put it out, you know, at some point in time, we say, okay, we'll do it ourselves.
Yeah, I understand that, but let's try
Oh,
to, let's approach it this way and see if we can work together and show that we want to put the effort out.
Give them an opportunity, but not wait for a year, because we've
Correct.
already been talking about it. If, I believe that the Water Year 2022 report indicated that there was an increase in water in the El Paso area. There wasn't enough detail in the report to say where in the El Paso area it was. It was all very vague, and there were no figures. But I don't think there's any doubt that there is an increase in water in that area, and we really need to start looking at it.
You mentioned a monitoring well, Tim. Is that what we need, or do we need a production well to assess whether the sufficient water is available?
We need both to really assess that, but we do need some monitoring wells, additional monitoring wells out there. DWR under this program won't drill a production well, but they will drill monitoring wells.
Okay, so we got your recommendation then is to have DWR drill a number of monitoring wells, at least one, and then we would figure out how we're going to pay for production well installation based on the information we get from the monitoring wells?
Well, I think the first thing we need to do is put a plan together and submit that through Tim and see what he can come up with on how many monitoring wells he feels we need. If we need one, we need 6. But my only concern is I would want to make sure that the monitoring wells were drilled properly. They weren't just airlifted, they were pumped, and we could actually get some real data out of them.
Yeah, and not like EP1.
Yeah.
Well, I might suggest the action is that we work with both Tim and Chuck Krieger and his staff, Dave Scriven, to put together a plan to bring to the board before we would take it to the groundwater authority. And
Absolutely.
have them go yea or nay, thumbs up or thumbs down.
Awesome, we'll take that action.
Well, based upon what I read in the Water Year 2022 annual report, we are missing monitoring wells in 50% of the aquifer right now.
Okay.
I don't know what percentage of that is in the El Paso area, but I think one would be absolutely, you know, it seems to me, based upon what I read in that report, we could use a half a dozen down there. So we want to make sure we use all of the information available. And I've got 2 additional comments regarding the last discussion. In terms of outlook or outreach, pardon me, do we talk periodically with Vince Fong and Shannon Grove regarding all the things that the state's doing for us?
Honestly, no. I think just in last year, I had one conversation with Shannon Grove over a luncheon, and I take that back. I did have an opportunity to meet with Vince Fong at a civic function as well, but regular communication, no.
It seems to me that all the stuff that the state is doing to help us, we need to have some direct interface with both of those individuals so that they know and understand what's going on and how we're being impacted. So I don't know what the avenue is, but I think they're probably both very amenable to talk to us. I'm assuming through you.
I have had communication with Kyle Lombardi through Senator McCarthy's office, Representative McCarthy's office.
Yeah. Okay. And so anyway, I'd like to see maybe some additional effort in that area. And a question I had with regard to the outage of water or potential outage and A zone because of that pipe. Why can't we use the arsenic wells and the arsenic plants to provide water in the A zone? Curiosity, probably a good engineering reason. I just don't know what it is.
Well, just to use the wells without the plant, we exceed the arsonist MCL.
It's a violation of our permit to use the wells without the plant.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
It is a violation of our permit to use the wells without the plant.
We can't use the wells without the plant running. It would have to be running.
We do have one
well, why
plant on
can't we have the
standby,
plant
right?
running?
I would tell.
The valves, the pneumatic valves do not work well in the wintertime.
Yeah.
The plant is down for the winter.
Air valves are gonna freeze. They're gonna get air in the water and they're gonna freeze.
You gotta get, yeah.
Properly.
Oh, well, I mean, I knew that we turned them on and then we turned them off and we turned them on and off, but I was thinking that it wasn't that hard to, but you're saying
That's during the operating season, during the summer.
It's not a matter of turning the switch to get the thing to work.
100% not turning, no. I mean, we're prepared in an emergency to bring it up online. However, it cannot function like it does in the summertime, 24 hours a day.
Okay,
It requires considerable amount of babysitting.
okay. Well, I guess maybe we should have some more discussions with the Navy about Navy support in case there's a problem. And if that doesn't work out, maybe figure out how to change our schedule so we can turn those things on quicker.
We're doing more thinking about how we can have more than one way to get water from those wells into town. That's what we're thinking about.
Okay, thank you.
On to Board of Director goals. Director Griffin.
Just as I stated there, I just want to see us continue to try to explore new areas for water and try to put out an effort to work with the Groundwater Authority and let them know that we are trying to work together and reach our goals together.
Vice President Kaczynski.
The biggest thing I can see is this strategic planning effort. I think we really need to get that off the ground. I'll help wherever I can. I think that's important to the district. There's no doubt about it. That's the main thing. Thank you.
Director Vertora.
I would certainly agree that the strategic planning is important. However, my feeling is that we need to put more energy into affordable loans. We need to do planning that will support us being able to get affordable loans. I put a lot of energy into criticizing the GA for not having schedules, planning, et cetera. And quite frankly, it doesn't make us look good to come up with an excuse that we can't get a low-cost loan because it's not compatible with our schedule. So I'd like to see just a whole lot more effort put into, and I'm looking forward to hearing Chuck Krieger's report out on where we're going with regard to the state revolving fund.
Okay, and I have two. I'm glad you guys said strategic plan. That's because that's one of them. Obviously, David and I will be taking that for action, working with Don and staff. The second thing is, when I was at Aqua, this is a simple thing, but I wanted to make sure to take advantage while you guys are here. I made contact with MWD people at the Aqua conference. They offered a tour of their commerce plant, pilot plant. They are on track. I think it's maybe by next year, or at least break ground next year, but they've got objectives to put in place what they claim is can be the largest recycling plant, full treatment, tertiary level treatment for a direct injection in their aquifers. Anyway, they have a pilot plant, and we've been extended an offer to go down for a tour. The tour is 90 minutes, and they're flexible in setting up a schedule. So I've asked Lauren and Amber to help coordinate our schedules to find a time that works for all of us, those of us that are interested in going. So anyway, please keep that on your list of things. We'll hopefully come down with a date that we can all go, or whoever wants to go can go.
Can we all go, or do we need to do it in two groups?
They said that they don't really have a problem with size. Because of Brown Act.
Let me check. I'm not sure the rules on a field trip yet. I can do some quick checking on that.
As long as we don't talk, right? If we don't drive in the same car or something. Okay, yeah, well, pending advice from council on that.
I would like to add one additional thing. You brought up the recycling plant. The wastewater work with the city, coordination with the city, I think we need to get proactive on that and make sure that the city understands that we're expecting them to work with us. There's no reason for them not to want to work with us. We just need to talk to the right people, I think.
Okay. Item E, prioritize projects and goals, develop action plans. Have we been doing that as we go along, or? Yeah, I think we've already kind of done that. Do you agree?
You're talking to me?
I'm just curious, have we already been doing item E as we go along?
I think we're okay there.
Okay. And item F then?
Probably tomorrow, I'll send an email out, just kind of listing the action items that I've taken and just get confirmation from the board.
All right, awesome, thank you. Any outstanding issues? Outstanding issues must be outstanding outside. Okay. Future agenda items. Other than what we've discussed.
You have 6 months to think about them.
Okay. Then I will call the open session closed at 12:30. We'll break for 5 minutes and then have a closed session at 12:35.
12:32.
Okay, thank you very much. We are back from our closed session. We closed closed session at 4 minutes after 1 o'clock. I'm opening the open session for a moment. And Mr.
Yeah, I'm going to report on the closed session, and there was no action taken that requires disclosure under the Brown Act. That's all that I have, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. So we will call the meeting ending at 7 minutes after 1. Thank you very much.